Okay, so I want to go back to pineapples real quick. You tried to dodge that pineapple thing by pointing out the temp that my wife put in there. You're trying to get away from it. Um, so tell me, because again, I didn't realize there were multiple types of pineapples,
Yeah.
and I'm not expecting you to be an expert on pineapples, but you stated at the beginning that pineapples are your only thing in life that you care about. Uh, so
That
I'm
I
gonna,
know about. Yeah, I
yeah,
did say that.
yeah, yeah. You said I'm an expert. I went to school
Mm-hmm.
specifically for
Mm-hmm.
pineapples, and
Hey
here we go.
everybody, it's a Thursday night, and uh, I got a cough drop in. I'm not sick. I've been talking a lot today, and so tonight you might hear my voice go whatnot. I was also just singing. I think it's Salt and Pepper, just a second ago, and I was saying that. What's my weakness, man? You know the one. Everybody's a Salt and Pepper fan. So it's a Gab and Doodle night. It's Thursday night. Let me make sure my live feed is up. I gotta get in close, and I gotta look. My pupils go to the side, beep, and then I can see myself. Oh, creepy. We have a special guest on tonight that I am going to try to pronounce properly. I actually wrote this guest to make sure I'm saying it right, and now I'm still probably going to say it wrong, even though I asked for a phonetic spelling. So just bear with me. I believe, and they will correct me when they come on, but Mirelle Ortega. And so, who has done a variety of different books. This one, The River of Mariposas, worked on some early chapter books, etc., like The Mythics, and then Free to Learn, which just came out this year in 2024, and has done an amazing job of sort of palette and character work and whatnot. Let me see if I can find a good little spread here. The character work, I wanna like get in close so you can see some of the textures, because that's what I really love about their work, is that sort of the softness and textures and coloring that happens, especially in the face and things of the sort. And so we're gonna get into all that tonight. But it is a lovely September evening. It's September 12th, if I remember correctly. And so we're gonna have our lovely guest join us in a matter of a second. I'm going to post stuff to YouTube. This last week I forgot to post to YouTube until I think yesterday, and so I apologize for those that were like, where's the YouTube link? It's there. It's Studio Hoffman on YouTube. Just look me up, you'll find them all there. And other than that, let me let in our guest, and I'm going to go back and see if I can find there's I'm getting requests from some random people, but here, I will send an invite to our special guest here. In fact, here we go. One, two.
Listening, now's the time. Ooh, I just drank some cold water after a cough drop, and man, oh, switch. Hello.
Hello. Oh,
Wait,
hi.
okay. There's a delay on the feed, and so I saw you just stationary for a second. And you were talking. Hello. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. This is very exciting. I've never painted live before. I think we're about to find out if I can paint and talk at the same time.
Okay. So this happens pretty much every week. Imagine the first, I'm going to say 15, 20 minutes are going to be a struggle. And then you're going to cross the threshold where it's just going to be, you're not looking at camera and we're just talking and you're working.
Okay.
And so you got to get over that hump, and then all of a sudden it will work out okay. But so thank you for joining us. And I say us because my wife helps manage a lot of this too. She's the brains, I'm the beauty, in case you couldn't tell. So if you see anything from Mrs. Hoffy, not Mr. Shoffy, in fact, she says hello already. I can see it on the feed.
Ooh, hello.
But if you hear from her, that's the brains. She's actually the beauty too, and I'm just the workhorse. So for those that don't know you or know your work, can you give us a quick intro as to who you are, What makes you so special? Why would we even have you on here in the first place?
Well, my name is Mirelle Ortega. I am a children's book illustrator and writer. I always forget that, but I am also a writer. Okay. And I don't know. I wrote. I have 2 books out. My first book is called Magic. Once Upon a Faraway Land, which I don't have here. And my second one is River of Mariposa. That one. Thank you so much for having it. And I don't know. I never know how to intro myself. I like to draw. I like to rollerblade.
Ooh, rollerblading. Not roller skating.
I really like the color yellow.
Wait. What color yellow? When we say yellow, what are we talking?
We're talking like, honestly, like a little bit more towards ochre yellow, like warm, really warm yellow, like reddish.
Oh,
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Okay. That's a perfect color.
I feel like that's a popular color for a lot of people.
Is it?
Like in the last, I'm gonna say last 5 years. Like I feel like no one really loved yellow back in the early 2000s, and now it's kind of like a good mustard.
Yes.
Right up there.
Yes.
Okay. A golden mustard.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
When I was a kid, it felt very weird because everyone else was red or blue camp. Usually no one was yellow.
No one liked the orange kid. The kid that says orange or some of the, there are a couple of colors you just, And then you said rollerblading, not roller skating, but rollerblading.
Rollerblading, yeah.
Okay.
What's the difference between skating and rollerblading?
Rollerblading, the wheels are in a line.
Yeah.
And then roller skating, there's 4 wheels that are 2 side by side, front and back.
Yeah. Rollerblading.
Rollerblading, you can cut like you're on ice. And so it's it's cooler. It's the more like high speed.
That's just the one I learned growing up. So that's the one I like.
Okay. Where's home for you? I know I've looked it up, but I'm blanking right now.
Well, I live in California.
Okay.
But I'm originally from Mexico, from Veracruz.
Okay. The reason I grew up with rollerblading, I mean roller skating originally, but rollerblading, but I also grew up in Minnesota, and so it was like ice hockey, and there was it was a clear transition there. That the reason why I was asking was sort of like, where did you grow up, and was rollerblading a thing in that area?
It really, I don't think it was. It was a thing for me and my brother.
Okay. All right.
And my neighbors, I guess. And that's it.
You had your little corner of the world where you got to rollerblade.
Or a little street.
So we're gonna talk, and we're gonna make, and I always sort of preface the whole thing by saying I am very honored to have you on, and humbled to have you on, and I know that your time is precious. This sounds like really formulaic the way I'm saying I know your time is precious. But if for some reason you need to hop off, you're tired of me ask you a really awful question and you're just like, I can't, this is too much. I won't be offended if you got to just go, just give me a heads up. And then the other question, because my wife, again, Mrs. Shafi, who's not Mrs. Shafi, Mr. Shafi, who's listening upstairs, takes down what materials we're using and how, the process that people work. I know that you do some digital stuff, and some people do digital and some people do traditional, and sometimes people mix and whatnot, and I never know exactly where it's going for the night. But what are we planning to work with tonight?
So I'm doing traditional tonight.
Okay.
I'm very excited.
Why is that?
I figured if we had a good chunk of time, I would give it a go. It usually takes me around 4 hours to finish something, so we'll see.
Okay. Good.
I might hop off early just because I might get hungry.
Okay. Well, what time is it there?
And you don't want me. You don't want me here if I'm hungry.
Okay. It might get contentious. What I'll do is I'll just subtly drop food talk in the middle of all of this, you know what'd be really good right now is a baked potato. I bet you.
I was actually thinking of doing a baked potato tonight.
You know what's even better than that? A twice baked potato. Okay, so but what materials are you using for tonight? Like, what are
So tonight I'm gonna do some wash.
Okay.
I have some colors.
That's whole
and
bind.
What?
Whole bind. The brand of gouache.
Oh, I have this one. Whole vein, I think.
Whole bind.
Holbein, yeah.
Yep.
I've never said it.
Okay.
But yeah, this is like a new one for me. I started buying it like maybe last year, and I think I just got like a yellow because I was out for a very obvious reason.
We got the same thing sitting back here. Okay. Wait, what color was that?
It's the same, I think.
What do you have? What is it?
Very similar.
Oh, like you have red. Okay, this is coral, but probably in the lighting it does look kind of similar. Yeah.
It looks so similar. And I have some yellows too.
Ooh.
A lot of yellows.
Okay.
And then I wanted to do, because our theme was fall, this will also double down as the header for my newsletter that comes out next week.
Okay. Secret intention, yeah.
We're feeding two birds with one stone.
Yep, okay. I was thinking, I was trying to figure out if there's a way. I have a gallery show that I got to make something for, but there was no way to tie it into fall. So that'll be this weekend or something. I'll tackle that one. But I got one too. But what kind of surface are you working on?
So this is what I did. I did a sketch because I was gonna paint it on the computer, and then I was like, no, I'm gonna paint it with wash. Okay. I have an idea. I have an inspiration. So I printed it on a mixed media paper. Okay. So that's what we're working with.
Okay. You printed it with like a inkjet printer? Mm-hmm. Well, and I know this sounds like I'm getting like in the weeds here, but there are a lot of people that might want to know, because I have people asking about printers and scanners and things of that sort. Normally you work digitally.
Yes.
And what do we use? Are we Photoshop, Procreate, Clip Studio?
Normally, I have both. I usually, for professional work, I only use Photoshop just because I am a layers girl. I want to have everything in 500 layers.
I can understand
it. Changes are easier if you have a lot of layers, like everything separate. So Procreate doesn't have the capacity just yet.
Yep.
And also, like, I don't know why, but the work doesn't come out the same, even though I'm doing the same thing with very similar brushes. I have no idea.
There's some weird, like, I know that especially there's transfer issues with some of the files. Like I remember if like it's a CMYK RGB thing, or if it's something about the type of file that you save. Sometimes there are some weird, like some odd things that happen there. So instead you printed it. What kind of printer do you have?
I have an Epson. Is an EcoTank.
Okay.
5,000.
Okay. Epson is what kind of cord does it have in the back of it? Are we talking
a black cord?
Yeah. Are you using USB-C or are you using USB? No, but the reason why people often ask that sort of like, what's the best printer and whatnot, but you love an Epson. And then you said it's mixed media paper, so you fed in your own paper. It wasn't like a mixed media. Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't take every paper. It's an old printer, and I didn't buy it for this. I bought it, I think, in school because I needed to print something.
Yep.
And I was like, sure.
Yeah, to print something, so you went and bought a printer.
One time I needed to print something, so I bought a printer and Alice.
I had a paper due, so I bought a full copier. Okay. And then I'm trying to think, was there... No, there was nothing else that was related. Okay, go ahead. Are there any other like tidbits material-wise that people might go, ooh, that's the secret?
No, I think we'll see. I'm really just using this palette that is so dirty, but it looks so cool.
Ooh, is that like a that pink that's on there? Oh, is it opera? Yay! I might put that in tonight. I'm pulling out colors that I'm going to use. So, and then we're going to do a fall theme.
Yes.
Do you have any idea? Do you know what it is actually, or is it just fall so far?
So,
like, what's the theme?
When I think fall theme, I just think like falling leaves.
Okay.
And that's maybe very literal of me. But so my idea and why I wanted to do traditional is because I want to paint this little guys that I drew, and we'll see if you can see them because my printer I think is running out of print.
Okay.
So little lineup. There's this kid kind of like stepping into fall, and then I want to do leaves with paper. I want to do some cutouts, so I have some paper that I'm gonna cut somehow.
Okay. Okay. I dig it.
And then
I'm getting excited.
I think it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be messy. Okay. Maybe we'll finish it.
we gotta get to it quick because we gotta make sure you can finish it. So I'm trying to think if there was any other questions I had beforehand. No, I mean basically we can just jump in and start making and talking. Yeah. Every subject is fair game. So if you wanna jump into a different thing, if I'm asking something that's too like boring for you, and you wanna talk about rollerblading and how cool it is to carve down the streets in the middle of the night, that's fair game too. So
okay. Good to know.
Yeah. I feel like there's a few people that I've asked them questions that were kind of I don't want to say pointed, but were potentially I got too silly, and so rein me in if you need to. I won't be offended.
I will.
Okay, so why don't we switch our cameras and we can just start to work and we can chat and see where it all goes.
We'll see how this
goes. And I have a feed here so I can watch. It's got a delay on it, but if there's questions or things that I can answer, like I see we have a couple questions already, I will relay those to you. So real quick, as you're setting up there, let's see. Let me go back and see. Make sure I got the first question. Okay, yeah, the first question is really down here, which is Teacher Marin says, do you use a stylus pen or a mouse to draw?
A stylus pen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're using a mouse, you're gonna be fighting it like crazy. Is there what kind of pen and stylus are you on a Wacom or are you on a Cintiq? Are you on some other?
On a Cintiq HD 22 inches, so it's pretty big.
Yeah, that is big.
For
that's a
really long time I worked on a 13-inch, which I still have, and I use it whenever I go down to Mexico to visit my family. I'll bring that one with me. The 22 I don't think I could put in a plane.
There's with the smaller one that you were working on, was that a Cintiq as well, or was
it was a Cintiq too? Yeah.
Okay. So did you ever start I don't know generationally sort of where you are, but did you start on some of those like when I started working on Wacoms back in the day, I was using these big old, I think it was even pre-Intuos, where you had to look at your screen and you were drawing separate and looking at the screen at the same time. Did you ever work on those, or was it always just straight?
Yes, I started with a Intuos actually. And for a really long time, I've been recommending it because I think it feels like it's gonna be hard, but it's not, and it's so much cheaper.
The Intuos versus the Cintiq.
Yeah.
I think I agree. I mean, I worked on it back in the day when I was working in an animation studio. We used it every day, and so you just got used to it. But there is a learning curve.
Yeah.
That I think you got to get past that hump before you can start to say this totally makes sense. Or it's like learning to pat your head and rub your belly at the same time. I always feel like it's that same sort of ballpark of learning to look at one thing and draw with your hand in a different spot.
Yeah.
And then so going into sort of a deeper sort of right off the bat, this is the generic question that I ask everybody, and it's the classic I'm interviewing an artist question, which is sort of the start. Not necessarily when did you first learn to love art, but more so art probably was in your life, and I could be wrong, but art was generally in a lot of artists' lives early on. Was there a moment where it sort of took on the the real factor in the sense of like knowing that this could be a career for you, or that you wanted it to be a career?
Honestly, I just always loved drawing. Like, I was drawing before I could write, and like obsessively. Like, my mom always tells this story that she used to take me to like dinner parties, and in Mexico, like a dinner party, it's like 6 hours, like
Yeah.
6 or 7 hours of sitting on a table, and she would just give me pen and paper, and I would just be sitting there for hours, and everyone was so impressed with that, all the time.
It's
So I like.
it's all those parents with kids that were crazy. That...
I know. But yeah, I just always really liked drawing, and then I don't know, like, I have no idea when it was like I'm gonna be an artist. I just always wanted to be an artist. Like, I don't remember wanting to be anything else.
Did you know early on that illustration was a thing?
No. I like I can remember, like, I used to like look at TV shows and think, well, someone needs to be doing that.
Okay.
Like, I don't know who, I don't know why or how, but someone is.
Yeah, I think it's this like the industry, or the application is always something that like most artists didn't know about early on. It's sort of, you're an artist and you paint or you draw or whatever it may be, but actually knowing that like, oh, you can be a kid's book illustrator.
Yeah.
Or you can be a muralist, or you can be, whatever sort of makes sense, is kind of a abstract idea.
Yeah.
For youngins. Did you have any artists in your family?
My dad is an architect.
Okay.
And I honestly just come from a family of a lot of readers. So my mom really likes reading. She really kind of put that love about it to me. It is so hard to paint a dog.
Give it a little. You're like, I'm gonna bow out right now. I'm done. This is it.
No, I can do it.
Okay.
I think.
I believe in you. I have faith. So, I mean, not necessarily that. I mean, the architect is a a visual artist in a different manner, in the sense of like dimensional and whatnot. But obviously, people who love to read have an appreciation for the arts, whether they write it or not. Was it a sort of surprise in the family that you had such a love for art, or was that sort of like just a given because of your family itself?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think I'm going to ask my mom about that, but I don't know. There's definitely no other artists in my family. I come from a family of agricultures.
Okay.
My grandpa had pineapple farms or fields.
You say pineapple?
Yeah.
This is in Mexico?
Yes.
I don't. You know what's funny is that I've never thought about pineapples growing in Mexico. And I know that it's like there's sections of Mexico that are tropical and whatnot, but I guess I just immediately like associate that with Hawaii.
Yeah.
And that's it. Okay. Is there a difference between Mexican pineapple and Hawaiian pineapple?
There's difference because there's different types of pineapples that you can grow.
You didn't know I was going to ask you questions about pineapples, but like this is totally news to me, because I thought there was just like pineapple and that was it. Okay, we don't need to go into that venture yet, but we will come back to pineapples. Okay, so they were agricultural folks.
Yeah.
And then you decide you're the weirdo of the bunch who comes out and says, I want to draw for a living.
Yeah.
Was there a surprise factor? Was there a like, no, you can't do that because we're pineapple farmers?
No, not at all. I think everyone was like, well, if you want to be an artist, you're going to have to work really hard. And I was like, okay.
And then was it something that I'm sort of like trying to boil down some of these questions so they don't sound as generic as like, well, was it fun? Um, was there a sort of and I come from a background where my dad was liked to make art at one point, but he was a businessman.
Yeah.
Right from the get-go. And so like me wanting to go to art was a little bit of a challenge. And then there was always this question of like the familiarity with family, of going back, and I come back from like art school and I go, oh, I'm tired. I just spent the last semester drawing nude models all day long. And they go, oh, that's cool. We've been dealing with numbers all day. And, there's a disconnect somewhat. Was there a easy transition of talking and explaining what you were doing as an artist to family, or was that a disconnect in some sense?
I never felt like there was a disconnect. I think they've always been very supportive and excited and just like really curious about the things that I do. I think I come from a family of very curious people, very creative people. Like they all do different things, but they all do it very creatively, I think. Like my aunt, my mom's sister, who is, I would say, a businesswoman, a very good businesswoman. She's, I think, very creative. And she's like always been very like curious about the business side of being an artist.
Yeah.
She gives me great ideas, even though she's not an artist.
Yeah, there's the universal language about like especially on the business side, like you have to be a business person and a entrepreneur and a self-advocator when you're when you're an artist. I love hearing, honestly, like, and this sounds cheesy to say this, but I love hearing that there was the support, the interest from family, because I know that that's not always true for everybody.
Absolutely.
And not to say like, oh, you're lucky because the rest of us had it hard. But more so, it's just like the disconnect or the challenge of trying to explain who you are as an artist, or to, especially, and one of the reasons why I asked this was just agriculture is and coming from that sort of, family history, that is a wake up at 2 a.m, get out there before the sun comes up. Yeah. Whatever it may be. And trying to wrap your head around like, oh, you're going to wake up at 10 a.m. and you're just going to go paint for the day. Must be tough. That argument is fascinating. Is there, with sort of the family aspect and that relationship, is there a, how do I put this? Is there a support that I'm getting? This is really like personal what I'm asking right off the bat. I'm sorry about this. Is there a support, or is there like an absolute love of your art? Or do you?
Oh, that is a really good question.
Like, do they hang your artwork up in the house? Your family? Okay.
But I think that's also because a lot of my artwork has to do with them.
Okay.
Like my first book, Magic, it's literally about a pineapple farm.
Yep.
So I think, because I think I come from a very special place, and I want to make work about it.
What the idea of family, is that something that you think is always going to be, because obviously there's like a connection to your like even looking at like the River of Mariposas and some of the like especially the self-authored situations here, there is the books are kind of about you, or about your what do I want to say, like gained history, your the where you come from, who you are, how all of that sort of came to be. And I'm wondering, is that something that you think is going to be a consistent factor in your work as you go along? Because obviously, like you're going to do books that aren't related to you as projects go on, but the writing side, do you feel a importance to adding your personal tale into all of your work?
I do, because I feel like, well, I grew up in a very different place from, let's say, Mary Poppins, right? Like very different
You
architecture
sure?
surrounding me, very different people, the way people look, the way people speak, everything's very different.
Yeah.
And I remember being very fascinated by those worlds. Like at the time, I think as a kid, I couldn't really understand that to what extent something was made up and to what extent it was just a different culture.
Yeah.
So I like to talk about the things that I saw and experienced as a kid, because I think it's very rare to see it in the books that we have. And I just think it's fun to kind of romanticize my own experience in the way that I saw it by other people, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, no, that makes total. I mean, especially if there isn't and this is a sad factor for sort of the history of picture books. It's like it hasn't always been super
Yeah.
representative of sort of different cultures or different um, regions or things of that sort. When did you move out of Mexico in particular?
Oh, I moved out of Mexico on 2015.
2015.
Yes.
And how, if you don't mind me asking, how old were you when you?
I was 25.
25. Okay, so the reason I ask is just the idea of sort of like how much of it is a ancient history. Ancient's probably
Yeah,
not
no,
a long
it's
history.
much not Asian.
Yeah, yeah. You're not that old that it's ancient, but that idea of like, yeah, how far back does that have to go for you to remember that versus like, if it's yesterday kind of situation.
Yeah.
Um, did you when you were growing up there, and obviously you've been doing kids books now for a bit, but did you have access to a lot of kids books? Because sometimes that depends on the region of the
Yeah.
world. Sometimes that depends on sort of what kind of public services like libraries and things are around.
I had access to books because my mom loves books.
Yeah.
So she would buy us a lot of books. There wasn't, and to this point there's still not a lot of access to books, honestly, back home, especially kids books.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what I was sort of wondering, is sort of when you mentioned the idea of representation and getting sort of your lived history into these books, how much of that is I mean, obviously there's probably a vacancy there in a lot of representation across, not just from Mexico, but across the world.
Yeah.
Or how much of it is like, what do I want to say? Like the equivalent of a lot of children's books have a Western slash English or American sort of slant to them.
Yeah.
And then that representation, being able to bring that to the book is hugely important. With you writing these books, have you had and getting these books out there, have you had a lot of not the opposite of pushback, a lot of I can't think of the word I'm trying to get to, like celebration from the various communities and the representation side of it?
I think so. I definitely talked to a lot of people who really like the book. Otherwise, I don't think they would be talking to me.
You talked to a few that just said good and then walked away.
But like people back home really love the book, like Magic.
Yeah.
Which I actually dedicated to them. Like it's in the dedication. I dedicated to my hometown. And they really loved it, and that was really all I wanted.
Are there specific people in that book that you can go like, this is you in the background?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Because I know that like there's the history of the pineapple farm, and without me knowing your family, I don't know how much of it is like made up or how much of it is accurate. Where they can go like, oh, that's that's Peter in the background. We can tell because he always did this, this action or whatever it may be.
Yeah, exactly.
Did they feel like movie stars when they saw it for the first time?
Yes, I think so. I think they felt very moved. I think that's a good argument to support your children into art.
Yeah. Is that they will make you famous?
They will immortalize you in picture book.
That's the sole reason. You don't need anything else. You get that fame and fortune, because we all know it's a huge fortune that comes out of this, right? Yeah. You get that big paycheck that can pay off one car payment.
Yeah, the big picture book fame.
It's because I live in a world, and I don't mean like New Hampshire, but wherein the types of books that I work on have not been super personal, or they're silly, or they have a different lean to them. And there's obviously a place for all books in this situation, but I find the idea of like having a personal input or a what do I want to say, like a relevancy to your life as a mindset that I have trouble wrapping my head around just because of my experience. Is there a level of it's too far to go to put something in? Like, in other words, like things that are too personal to add.
I think there's definitely could be things that you don't want to put, for sure. I think for me, I am a very like big ideas writer, in which like maybe details aren't as strong, if that makes sense. Like I'm more of like, what's the concept? What am I trying to say?
Okay.
Type writer.
Like in other words, like the small little minutia are not the important thing. It's the big picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely more like the main message that we're trying to get across.
Okay. Yeah, my take is, can I put a butt in it? That's about as deep as I go in a lot of my work. This is it's very sad with me teaching at the college level, the amount of students who know that I'm into like dumb, stupid humor, and then they'll send me things like articles about butts and whatever they find that's just like really low brow. And I love it all. Don't get me wrong, I love it all, but it humbles me fairly quickly to be in front of someone who has these like big, bold ideas. So tell me a little bit about sort of the jump into Kidlit. What year did we first publish?
First, as an illustrator,
yeah.
I think my first book came out in 20. Might have been 20. I think I started in 2018. So the first book probably came out 2019.
Okay, so you made wait. Oh, okay, yeah. You made the cut. The like before the pandemic hit. It was out there, and so like you could actually go out and promote and do things. What was there a shock to the system? Was there a challenge that you had to not necessarily overcome, but like getting your first book out there is really exciting, but it's also sort of daunting in my mind.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden you put all this work into some, baby, and then you have to put it out there in the world and go, please don't say it's ugly.
Yeah.
Or please don't say it's boring or whatnot. Was there any sort of like challenge that you had in that sense?
This is gonna sound, I think, weird maybe, but like I definitely, I'm not the person that thinks this is it. This is the end all be all. Like this is the only work that I'll ever have, or this is the only book that I'll ever be able to put out.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very like, I'll do my best. and if it's not good, I'll make it good next time.
Okay. That's a huge mindset, or not a huge mindset. That is a huge hurdle for a lot of people to get over.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that is what, out of curiosity, and the reason I ask this is not because I don't understand the concept of what you're talking about, but for those that are out there listening or watching now or at a later point, what got you to that point where you say that? Or like, what was that always the thing for you of just like, you know what, the next thing's gonna be better? Or was there a time where you really sat back and like questioned and said, ooh, I'm not good enough, or you know, whatever it may be?
I think I am always been like that, like about everything, not just art. Like, if I've always had a very like, let's do our best, and if not, we'll figure it out attitude about things.
Was that a family thing? Was that a like family said that or thought that way?
It must be. Like, I don't think I just came up with it.
Oh, take credit for it. Take credit for it. It was your idea.
Yes, me at 6 years old,
yeah.
I decided.
Your family was hounding you, just going, you know what, it's got to be perfect. And then you said, wait a second. You know,
That's exactly how it went.
Yep. I mean, probably in Spanish, but you know. You know what I love, and this is called Culture Hour for a minute here. When we got on and I said your name, I know that I have like this horrible like inability to throw in the beautiful accent of like, I say Ortega, and I know it's like I can't even do it. Like there's a tongue movement to say it the right way. Like you say it now. Wait, I'll do it first. Ready? Ortega.
Okay.
Now your turn.
Ortega.
Yeah, see, it sounds cooler. I have this like generic white guy, like, yeah, here's the American version of it. I just love hearing like the nuance there that I can't do. I have this dumb version of it. Okay, I don't know what brought that on. So let's go back to kids books. Let's go back and talk kids books. What, like, obviously you have these beautiful books come out and you get praise and people go, this is wonderful, we love it, and you go, yes, I deserve this. I'm your hero. I will sign your forehead for you so you can get it tattooed, whatever it may be. Have you had any moments of question or peril in the sense of like thinking about your career and sort of the totality of your work, or the, you know, even venturing into the world of like, where's the next book coming from?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think that's part of the job.
Is putting up with
the moments of, you know, bringing yourself back from the moments of, oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. I suck.
How do you get past that though? Because there has to be some, like, is it just when the next contract rolls in?
Honestly, I don't know. I think it's like,
I love it.
I am just really an optimist, like to my core.
Good.
And I think that helps me so much, so much in life. Because every time I think I get into a point in which I might get like stressed out, or like, I don't know what I'm doing. Am I even a good like, you know, I think like I have the opposite of what some people have, of like a little voice putting them down and being like, you don't know what you're doing. I have this little voice in my head being like, but you can do it.
You got an internal hype man.
Yeah, and they have the little boys going like, it'll be fine.
You got in your brain as a little Flav with the clock around his neck. You got this.
You know, I didn't know who Flav was until this Olympics.
Oh, really?
When he stepped out for the water polo team. Yeah.
Wait.
Never heard of him before.
Okay, so I got to ask you a question, because he's been around for ages, and whatnot. I'm not challenging in the sense that you didn't know him. Like, how could you not know who Flav? But more so, what was your impression? Because he's been around for so long that I know who he is, and I'm not surprised by him at this point.
Yeah.
But when you saw Flav Flav for the first time and he had a giant clock, or he was him, like his vibe that pours in? Were you like, who the hell is this guy? Or was it like it made sense?
It made sense because I live in LA.
Okay. I mean, the water polo is the weird part, honestly. The like, why is he a water polo fan?
I mean, why not?
yeah, you're a rollerblading fan, so who knows? Who knows? It can come from anywhere. Now, have you listened to any of the Public Enemy albums or anything since?
No, I haven't. I should.
You should. I bet you if you hear them, you'll know a bunch of the songs, and you just haven't connected up to.
So I don't think so, because people forget that I grew up in Mexico, even though I just told them.
Yeah. Are you saying me in that? People forget, i.e. you. Okay.
No, I think I have a lot of these conversations with my boyfriend, because he'll be like, "How do you not know this?" And I'm like, I grew up in a different country. How do you not know who Luis Miguel is? How do you not know who Rocío Dúrcal is? Like,
okay. Point made. Point made. That is now wait, because you brought that up, you have to tell us who those people are. Oh, for those of us, including myself, who do not know.
Oh my God, Luis Miguel is a very famous Mexican singer.
Okay. What kind of music?
It's like big band. He's known a lot for his, like, it's kind of like the Mexican Sinatra. That's what my boyfriend says. I don't
know. Okay. The Mexican Sinatra?
Yeah.
Is there a Mexican James, not James, James Dean? No, that's not it. Dean Martin, and a Mexican Sammy. Why am I drawing a blank on all their names? Not Sammy Sosa. Was it Sammy Davis Jr.? There we go. The other.
I don't know who Sammy Davis Jr. is.
Oh, okay. Rat Pack. It was the same people that they hung out with Sinatra. Oh. That's why. And who's the other one then?
Rocío Dúrcal. She's a singer. She's a very famous singer. I just said her name because I just was watching an interview of her like earlier, and I remember her. I was like, oh yeah. My grandma really liked her.
Are these both really old people that you're talking about?
Luis Miguel-ish. He might be a Gen X.
Oh. Okay.
But Rocío, yes.
Okay. I was gonna say, when you talk about like big band and whatnot, it makes me think of like there's a time frame that's tied to them, or they're from a certain era in particular. Okay.
He's still like touring. He's touring.
Now you mentioned the idea of not knowing all these things, and I'm gonna challenge you to name one thing right now that we would be surprised that you learned just recently. Then,
oh my God.
Like obviously Flav, learning that one because of the Olympics, great example. What's another one where we go like, really? Like now?
Oh, I don't know. Like it happens so much. Like I don't even pay attention anymore.
I'm trying to think if there's like something where I can be like,
I try to think of one, and the minute I have it, I'll interrupt whatever you're saying and be like, oh, I thought of it.
Okay. And I'm sure that it works the other way 100%. But it's one of those things where I would love to know, like, there's all those memes out there of like, I learned this when I was 30 kind of thing. Yeah. Like, it's one of those, and I'm sure there's plenty of, someone showed me something in Photoshop today that I didn't even know. I didn't know that you could do the, hue and saturation and color mixing and whatnot, like in Photoshop on a layer. I thought you always had to go up to the header and choose, edit levels or all the stuff like that. You had to do it through the menus at the top. I didn't realize you could tie it to a singular layer. And that just showed my age. You probably knew that already, and you're probably using a layer person.
I don't think I knew that. I think you just taught me that. Well, I didn't know it could be just one layer.
No, it's like what I found was down where it says like you can mask a layer.
Yeah, if you mask
like,
it. Yeah.
Yeah, right next to it is a little thing that allows you to do things like mess with the hue and the saturation or the color color mixer. Is that right? I can't remember. Or gradient maps and all that kind of stuff right there in the layer panel versus having to go up to the header to do it. And so I was doing the long way around. And so I learned that. I got
it's a long way
smarter.
around too.
Yeah.
And I honestly sometimes see like if I get like a file back from an art director, sometimes they'll have that, like the layers and the things, and I have no idea what this is.
But I have the same thing where they're like, they do layer styles and masking and stuff, and I'm
like, no clue.
I'm good. I forget what it was that I got back one time that was the same thing. I think it was it was for a book that I did. They made a puzzle out of it. They needed the character on the front of the puzzle, and they sent me a file like, we want to use this image from the book, and is it okay if we use this? And I went to the trouble. They weren't even asking for me to clean the thing up or anything, but I went back into it and like took the layers and cleaned up edges, knowing that they were going to have it silhouetted versus being a full bleed image like it was in the book. And the layers that they set up and like masking off things, I have no idea what they were doing. And it seemed to be the most chaotic, like messy thing in the world for them to get to this thing where I could just like in a few minutes make it one layer and solve all those problems.
Yeah.
So I sent them stuff back, and of course they're probably like, well, he just messed with all layers we spent hours on. But I just, visually, I just like seeing all those options on the layer was, it hurt my eyes and hurt my brain.
Yeah, I ignore it. I'm like, I have no idea what this is. I'm not going to learn today. Not today.
What level of Photoshop did you start on? Like, was there did you start in the cloud, or did you start with like the, what were they before that?
Oh, it was like you bought it like year to year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was there a number attached to it?
So I started using Photoshop when I was in high school.
Okay.
So
don't give me your age, but what kind of years are we talking there?
We're talking 2008, 2000. Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think if that was probably like the equivalent of Photoshop 10, or
I don't remember which was my first Photoshop.
Okay. It's one of those things, and it sounds to me like it's probably in the same ballpark for me, where like there's all these bells and whistles now that can do things that are fancy.
Yeah.
But it's above my pay grade.
Yeah.
And so I just do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, me too. I haven't kept up as much.
Okay, good. You're making me feel not as old in the process, because I'm definitely older than you at this point. Hearing that your high school years,
I think we're very close in age, actually.
I doubt it. Yeah. You want to guess how old I am? Do it. I won't be offended.
I don't want to guess, but I want you to tell me.
Okay. The year that I graduated high school.
Okay.
Was 1850. No, it was 1996.
1996. Really?
Yeah.
You look really young.
Oh, you win. You
must give me your secrets.
Yeah. It's called Stay Out of the Sun, because you're a pale redhead and it will burn you. And no, I to be honest, I want to be old. I want to be an old man so bad.
Oh, my mom is in the chat. I just saw her. She say, "Hola."
Is that I'm Tita Nistra?
No.
No,
it's Bio.
Oh, I see it right underneath. Okay, yeah.
Violet, that's my mom.
Okay, there you go. Hello, Mom. Or now watch this. Right, here's me saying that this is gonna be that Midwest accent coming out. Hola, which is totally not like It's bad. I know. So, yeah, I'm an older person. I'm getting up there. I'm edging up towards 50, not too far off. But I try to stay hip by dealing with potty humor in kids' books. So tell me a little bit, going back to sort of the career side of things. One of the things that always shows up that I find fascinating is the diversity of other experiences that Kidlit folks have. Like, I know you from Kidlit, but I know that you probably have a varied background and other types of work that, you know, sparks your interest, or you know, that you've dabbled in, or is also a whole separate career.
Yeah.
Is what's the other vice, the art vice for you?
Well, I do some stuff for animation.
Okay.
I mostly work on art for pitches, and this year I haven't done anything for animation, which is sad, but also I've been very busy, thank God.
meaning like you work on Bibles for other folks, or
and Bibles for myself and for other folks.
Okay. For those that don't know, a animation Bible is essentially the pitch. I have no idea why it's called a Bible. Do you have any?
No.
Like historical?
I've never asked, but I should ask.
But is that what you call them too, as Bibles?
That's what it's called, Bible. Yeah. Or a pitch deck.
It's got to be something like I don't know. There's got to be some reason for it. But I worked in animation for about 5 years for TV right when I got out of college. And whatnot, and I worked on that side. It was at a studio, but we did a lot of I ended up working on a lot of like sample art for various pitches, and trying to like land contracts, sample art. Like, we did stuff, the studio I was at, we tried to do stuff for Captain Underpants, and
nice.
We never got it, so it wasn't that nice. Yeah, we tried, but that living in that world of sort of pitches or Bibles and sort of sample art was one of my favorite things to do at that company. So do you actually do any animation proper, or is it primarily on that pitch side?
So I went to college for animation, for 3D animation.
Okay.
So that's the last time I animated.
Okay. So wait, I got to ask you this question, because this is we run into this weird thing at the school that I teach at, where there's people who like really love animation, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not blaming, but more so, there's a lot of people that think animation, but they're actually thinking like what they really love is the pre-production side.
Yeah.
And then they go into animation because they want to do pre-production for animation.
Yeah.
But there's also all these other avenues that could be, you know, open to them using those skills. And I'm wondering, with you saying the last time you did animation was back in the before times.
Yeah.
Is there a reason that animation itself didn't really stick in the same way, or the fact that you've jumped to sort of Kidlit versus animation?
Well, this is the thing. I didn't really have a choice. Like, the university I went to, I got a really good scholarship for. And so there were like art programs where the animation program and the design, like industrial design program. So I went in for the animation program, and I think to my benefit, they had a very wide program in which we did a lot of different things. Like, we did a lot of pre-production, we did a lot of writing, we did a lot of, all aspects of animation and film.
When you say, because these are all, and forgive me because I'm tying it to sort of my teaching right now, but these are all the questions that we're having at school, is the idea of like the specificity of some of those industries are, sometimes it's pretty tight. Like if you're a 3D animator, sometimes there's someone that's just the person who does the rigging.
Yeah.
And there's someone who just does the lighting and whatnot. But there's also that idea of that sort of Renaissance person who, or the intermedia person who can sort of jump around and add, other skills that are not so hyper specific. What is your sort of take? Because you said that you kind of like that idea of doing all these different things, or you said that it was to your benefit. How so?
I think I definitely see both sides of it, because I do think I had friends who really knew and were sure that they wanted to be animators, and I think they felt like, why are they doing these other things?
Okay.
Instead of just focusing on their one thing that they wanted to do.
So,
but me as
meaning that your case. Oh, go ahead. Sorry,
me as an 18-year-old, I liked it. I think I benefited from doing many different things.
Gotcha.
And kind of like that's kind of what I like about what I do in Kidlit too, because I do like picture books and I do covers and I do chapter books, and I just like doing different things.
Yeah, the variety play. I mean, I in a way, I don't think there's that many people that are in illustration anymore that are sort of in only one wheelhouse.
Yeah.
So many of them are not necessarily like jumping around all the time, but have multiple avenues of income or things of that sort. So how did kids books become the thing then from animation? Like what was the deal breaker that made you go, ooh, this is the thing where I'm gonna I'm gonna go out there and get published?
Well, I always wanted to do books, like, because I said, my mom read a lot, and just like the idea of it was always like, I always wanted to be a writer. I always wanted to make my own stories.
Yeah.
And for some reason I thought it, like, because I guess because of like what I went to school for, in my head you had to do animation before you could do books.
Huh.
Like, like another very sane 18-year-old.
Is there are there, well, let me ask you this, and obviously, like, you can do it all sorts of ways, but what was your thinking in that process? Was there like, you need to understand movement or something first, or was it?
No, I just think like all of the people that I knew that were doing books were ex-animators or had worked in animation.
Okay.
Because I really didn't know about like the Kidlit industry like on itself.
Yeah. What's funny is you mentioned that, and I look back at the studio that I was at, and there's quite a few folks that came out of that studio that are working in kids books now.
Yeah.
And it's, fundamentally it's storytelling, and it's keyframes are pagination in picture books, or storyboards are the same sort of like, you just don't go and bring it to an animated level, but they're inherently tied to each other. Do you separate out when you work on some of those like pitch Bibles and things of the sort? Do you separate out the type of work that you take on from your Kidlit world, or do you feel like it's basically the same content, just one's moving, the one's not?
No, I think it's different.
How so?
I don't know. Like, I think the things that I enjoy in both of them are different. Like, I really enjoy like a very tight, like, hero's journey story, like when it comes to animation. And in books, I feel like I really enjoy the more like lyrical kind of poem, like,
That makes sense. Just the narrative structure itself can lend itself to the different avenues or different sort of application.
Yeah, art-wise, I feel like when I'm working for illustration, I want it to be very textured and like very emotive and very emotional, and I try not to think so much of like, this needs to move at some point.
Yeah. Well, you also don't have to worry about the structure of like, you can make a character that has crazy wild hair, and on one page, not have to worry about having to replicate it, over and over.
gonna move it. The animators will hate me.
Yeah. It's. I tell students who are animators, like, stay away from plaid, stay away from braided pigtails, because that's unless you have some sort of, like, you're doing a digital puppet animation or something of the sort. Like, oof, those are some painful things to do to someone. Shoot, what was I gonna? Okay. Oh, I had a question for you. This is a follow-up question, because I do want to talk about pineapples, but this isn't that moment. We are about an hour in, roughly. So tell me, is it getting easier to talk and make at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, so you've crossed that hurdle.
I crossed it. I did it.
You made it to the other side. I also love that this happens every single time that we are an hour in, and I literally have made the background, like, color my piece. Here, I'll show you. Ready? It's gonna be cool once you see this. Ready? Watch this. That's it so far. There's no characters. There's nothing on it except for just, like, some pretty colors.
I love it.
This is what I'm doing. I don't know if you can see this, but it's gonna be a little, like, grandpa bear and a little kid bear, and the little kid bear's playing with an acorn. And they're sitting on the front porch with little quilted blankets and stuff on to stay warm in fall.
I love it.
I was trying to figure out, like, what does fall mean to me, and what is quintessential. Like, I don't know if you have the same thing, but when I work on any sort of illustration, I always try to figure out, like, is there a little narrative or a little moment that I can put into it, even if it's just like a character study? Is there a way to, like, add some little touch? And to me, this is just, like, I do a lot of silly, goofy things. And when you say cozy fall, when you gave that theme, I was like, that's different than, like, silly fall.
Yeah.
Like, cozy needs that, like, heartfelt moment. And so that moment, sort of like the early morning, it's starting to get chilly out. What does fall look like there in California? What kind of temps are we talking?
Right now, we just had a crazy heat wave, so we're able to breathe again. So that's what we're celebrating today.
What is, when you say crazy heat wave? What kind of temps are we talking? Just because?
100, 106.
Ugh.
No, it was hot. It was hot.
Yuck. Is it in the area of Mexico that you grew up? Was it warmer or cooler?
Oh, so much warmer. It was so hot.
Do you like the heat?
Not really. Not really.
Okay. I like if it maxes out, my ideal temperature year round would be like 50s to 60s, somewhere in that range. And it's once you get up above, like, 75, I could do away with it. But I know that's probably me, and there's a lot of people that would love a real rich, warm environment.
Yeah. I know a lot of people who really like the warm. I'm not one.
Yeah. What's your ideal temp?
I don't know, because honestly, I don't know a lot of Fahrenheit.
Okay. Okay, give me the Celsius.
I would do, like, I really like a 25, 20 Celsius.
Okay, so you're talking, like, in the 80s, roughly, if I do my math.
I don't know.
That's what I'm guessing. I think
maybe it's a 70s or 60s.
Wait, 25?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, I guess 18, or I'm trying to think. When we were, because I went over to Ireland recently, and we were in, do you remember what Celsius it was over there? Okay, wait. My wife is listening. Lauren, your job is to put in, what'd you say it was, the 20s or 25?
Yeah.
Okay.
20s. 20,
Lauren,
20.
Figure out what the 20s are
Please.
in Fahrenheit for us, and put it into populate that for us.
Let us know.
Yeah, she's our fact checker.
Let us know.
Yeah. We can ask her to solve our. Now, this is assuming that she's actually listening right now and not, like, asleep on the sofa, passed out from putting up with me and my nonsense for the day. Okay, I'm gonna go back to it because now's the time. Pineapples. We got to talk pineapples for a second. You said
77.
there's. What'd you say?
77.
70,
She said.
you said. Oh, did you put it in? Yeah, 77. Okay, that's decent. It gets my approval.
Okay.
It's hitting the top edge though. It's definitely hitting the top.
I definitely don't like the extreme cold. I don't like it.
Now, because you're out in California, have you? This is gonna be a silly question. Have you experienced snow?
Yes, I hated it.
Now, wait. When you experience snow, what kind of snow are we talking? Are we talking just like a few flakes, or did you like a blizzard?
A few flakes. A few flakes. Okay. I went on a student exchange to Italy when I was in college, and it was the worst winter they've ever had. It was so cold. It snowed a couple times. That's my experience with snow. Just terrible.
It's funny. I've been so removed from living in Minnesota for so long that a small snowstorm here feels like a lot to me. But there was a point in my life where it was, I was used to pretty dramatic amount of snow or constant snow or whatnot. But I've gotten to a point where like I don't want that much snow anymore. Minus the.
How do you deal with like just? I just don't. I can't deal with like a harsh winter. Like I'm not. Nothing in me is prepared.
I don't mind cold. Cold is fine with me. The thing that gets me now is, and this is just being a homeowner, is I don't like having to shovel snow.
Yeah.
And so like I have a snowblower, but it's still I have to shovel a bunch, and I have a bad back sometimes, and like that kind of stuff gets in the way. But the idea of just
inconvenience of it.
Yeah.
Not so much.
But like a cold day, like the kind of cold where you step outside and the interior of your nose freezes, like that doesn't bother me of any.
That would bother me.
Yeah. When you step outside and you can feel like the snot or boogers in your nose freeze up, like that's not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, so I want to go back to pineapples real quick. You tried to dodge that pineapple thing by pointing out the temp that my wife put in there. You're trying to get away from it. So tell me, because again, I didn't realize there were multiple types of pineapples.
Yeah.
And I'm not expecting you to be an expert on pineapples, but you stated at the beginning that pineapples are your only thing in life that you care about. So I
know about. Yeah, I did say that.
Yeah. You said I'm an expert. I went to school specifically for pineapples, and here we go. So what are the different types? Do you know? Like, can you? If I'm asking questions that you're like, I don't know this stuff, just say it.
I don't know how many types even there are. I know there's a few. I know there's like one that is pretty commercial. That is basically the one most people grow.
Yeah.
I know some of the names, but in Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Helpful to you.
But the stuff that your grandfather grew or grows, is that the commercial side of things, or is he like an artisanal?
No.
Like we got these perfect vine ripened. I know they don't grow on vines, but these vine ripened.
Okay, I'm happy that you do know that.
I know a few things in my life, and vines and pineapples don't mix. So did you grow up eating a ton of pineapple?
I actually don't like pineapple that much.
Oh, does your family know this?
I know. Maybe that's why they were like, she can go be an artist. Yeah. She doesn't belong here anyway.
She needs to go to California right now. Is it what don't you like? Is it the pain in the mouth because of the little spears that attack your mouth?
Yeah, I think it's a texture thing.
You know about that, right? That like the reason why it sort of tingles is that there's little microscopic fibers that sort of like poke you.
Yeah.
Like
I was everyone else should eat tons of pineapple.
Yeah, it's dangerous. It is dangerous. Yeah. Well, is there? Okay, so now this is where we get off topic again for a second. So if you don't like pineapple, which is okay, you don't have to like it. But what fruit is the like? This is the one that pineapple that you wish that your grandfather grew instead.
No, but I love that he grew pineapples because I love like the way they grow.
Wait, not the way they taste, just the way they grow?
I love like the visual of it. Like I love how they look. I think it's awesome how they grow, like how you can take the crown and put it in the ground and it'll grow a plant and it'll grow a pineapple. I think that's like beautiful.
the mystery of it all.
Yeah. Like the way that it, like you can see the kind of like the continuation of life.
Is there it's like people who do the thing with cacti where they sort of like they connect one cacti to another, or the flower, like the little flower on top, where they'll sell like mixture cacti. Is there did you actually grow up on like near the farm that your grandfather had, or is it sort of he went somewhere else and then came home at the
yeah. I lived in town, which is not that far, but
I'm not trying to make it out that you're this this weird
thank you
farm girl that
thank you for accepting your questions instead of just assuming.
yeah. So what was it like living in a little farm in the outskirts of nowhere where you had to draw faces on pineapples and pretend they were your friends?
That would have been really funny.
there's got to be some. I mean, there's what's it? The movie Castaway.
Yeah.
With Tom has that same thing, but the idea of like inanimate object as pal, I'm sure is probably like a sad story that too many people know about. So tell me a little bit about. So I'm going to go from that back to like some serious stuff. Tell me a little bit about your goals as an artist. Like, are there things that are on your bucket list that you hope to achieve at this point?
Well, right now, I wrote a book. I wrote my third book. And I'm really excited about it, and I hope we get to sell it soon. I don't think we have started, but
okay.
That's
so it's is it out on sub?
Not yet.
Okay.
I don't think yet. It was probably going out anytime soon, but not yet. And I love this idea, so I'm really passionate about it.
Is it obviously you can't say too much about it, but is there like a theme to it that's like, oh, it's about love or it's about friendship?
It's like a lullaby book.
Oh, cute.
Yeah.
Is it a board book? Is it a picture book?
Picture book.
Okay. And who's you're at Bright, right?
Yes.
Who's it? It's James Burns?
Yeah. Okay. James Burns.
Okay. I was trying to remember every month when I do the ads and whatnot, I look up everybody's folks, and then there's been so many people that have been affiliated with Bright Agency that I always forget who's who and what agents they have. How are you with? I assume you're with Bright, the U.S. agency versus the
the U.S.
or their what do you want to call it? Their U.S. base, their I don't know what
office.
Yeah, their U.S. office. Sure, there we go.
Yeah.
And then, how long have you been with them?
Since I started.
Which was, remind me again, that was 2018. Okay. And do they find you work outside of Kidlit, or are you primarily in, like, you mentioned the idea of doing animation and stuff like that. Do they find you work in that level too, or is it sort of that's your own venture?
Yeah. No, they don't. They just focus on Kidlit. But I love them. I love my relationship with James. I always rave about it. I think he's a great agent. and I think we work really well together. And I know that's so rare too, to like find an agent that you really, really like and that you connect with the first time around.
Sell me and sell the audience that's listening about why James is this dreamboat of an agent that.
Oh, I love this. I think just we like have a very similar way of like communicating, and I think that's super important. I am a person that really likes to know like what is happening in all aspects of like, oh, if we do this, why are we doing this, or why is this in the contract and not in this one, or what, like,
Yeah.
I want to know like why we're doing what we're doing, who's doing that. Like I want to know if like something comes up in like Publishers Weekly about this person is doing, I don't know, is leaving this, and I'm like, what does that mean? Like, I really want to understand what's happening, not just with the publishing industry, just in general. I like understanding things.
Okay, so he's good
James,
and
James is the kind of person who really likes explaining to you.
Okay, good. That's is the idea of the way that you communicate. Is that what you mean by just like the explanation, or is it like you have secret handshakes?
No, I think just the explanation that okay. He knows. Like we're very good. I think we're both really good at like trying to be very mindful of people and kind of noticing what they like and what type of communication they prefer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I think in that way we really work well.
Is Bright's in New York, right?
Yes.
And you're out in LA. Have you ever actually met?
Yeah, we have a couple times.
Out in LA, or did you go out to New York specifically?
In LA and in New York, both.
And was it an exciting experience to actually meet your agent in person?
It was so exciting.
Was there like, who are you, or did he recognize you in person right away?
I think yes. I think we both recognize each other, and I think my first thought was like, wow, James is really tall, and I think his first thought was, she's very short.
That's I don't know if that's a sad thing first, or if it was just a natural fact. I see there's Bees Liaison, I think says hello, Mirelle, from Claudia and her friends at Abuelita School.
Oh, hi Abuelita School.
Is that what school is that? Is that the like high school, or is that?
Oh,
that's not the.
I don't know if they have high school. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I didn't go there for high school.
Oh, wait. Yeah, what is Arboleda School?
It's a school here in LA, in the LA area.
Oh,
okay. Greater area. And I went to one of their events, and it was really cool.
Okay, I didn't know, and I was just like, I don't know what the Arboleda School is, but sure. Sounds cool. I bet you it's a neat place. So tell me a little bit about sort of your.
It's a visual and performing academy.
Oh, there you go. Filling in. There we go.
Really cool. I went for one of their festivals, and they have this really amazing performance of Frozen. The kids did an amazing job.
Oh.
And they had like an art pavilion, and they had like this really cool thing where the students dress up as like historical figures, and you would go on and you would like pretend to press the button, and they would like activate like little robots and tell you like something about the lives of the person that they were
like little
that they were
animatronic.
Yeah, they were like little animatronic. It was amazing.
It's like the Hall of Presidents at Disneyland.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fun. Were you there for it, or was that something that you saw online?
I was there reading River of Mariposas, I think, or Magic.
Okay.
Yes.
And then did was there any kids that did any like really weird historical figures? I don't know what that means, but like was it all the stuff that we just kind of know, where it's like, oh, here's someone as Abraham Lincoln, and here's another person as, you know, something, and then there's one random like, here's John Wayne Gacy, and
no, I don't think no murders were represented.
I don't know what that was the first
child-friendly event.
Yeah, you know what little kids know as serial murder or serial killers. That's very, very cute though, the idea of like the animatronics. I wish they did that at my kids' school. It'd be fun to see. So going back to some of the like jump into this world of Kidlit and the transition or the sort of leap that you made obviously happened right before pandemic.
Yeah.
And then you know, your first book comes out in 2019. What month did it come out? Was it like right at the end of 2019 or was it early on?
You know, I think it must have come on the summer or September, because it was the first book that I illustrated was Pepe and the Parade, and it's a book. It's a celebration of the Hispanic heritage. So I'm sure it came out before Hispanic Heritage Month, which is starting Sunday, because it's a really weird month that starts on the 15th of September.
It starts on a Sunday?
Yeah. It starts on September 15th.
Oh, so it just happens to fall on Sunday this time. Okay.
Yeah, because it coincides with the independence of a lot of Latin American countries.
Gotcha. I was gonna say that's a weird choice to start.
Yeah.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna start it on a day where everybody's sort of resting and.
Yeah, just the middle of September.
Right when everybody wants to prep or doesn't want to do anything because they have to go back to work on Monday. Let's put it on that day. Is there shoot, I just lost my brain. Lost my brain.
Oh no.
It's a Thursday night. I got up at 5:30 this morning, and so we're pushing our limit on Thursday nights. Okay, I'll try to deconstruct my brain for a second and ask a different question. So going into this this world of Kidlit, I want to go back to that idea of talking about representation and talking about sort of the personal side. Now I'm coming from a admittedly very privileged background in the sense of you know, a white cisgendered male background.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to educate myself as much as possible on the challenges and the history and the you know, being mindful of the variety of experiences that come into Kidlit at various given points. And I'm wondering sort of your thoughts on, not to get too like deep or too in the weeds, but just sort of your thoughts on the industry itself. And, you know, do you see it moving in the right direction? Do you think, obviously there's probably tons and tons of more work that needs to happen to get every industry to be equitable and diverse and things of the sort, but sort of thinking about from your experience, are there things that you wish you saw more of? Those kind of like thoughts. I'm wondering just your take.
I think first of all, it's so hard to see it. Like, you know, it is. I think the industry is so difficult to grasp as a whole. I don't know if that's just my experience. I'm
What do you
know what your experience.
Well, what do you mean by it's hard to grasp? I guess like, I don't follow the.
I feel like there's like a lot of moving parts, and sometimes it's hard for me to tell in which direction it's moving.
Okay.
And like I would say, I think it's going in the right direction. I do think there's opportunities that are being definitely more opportunities to like have more like a diverse body of work
Yeah.
out there.
Do you think that and again, I don't want you to speak on behalf of anybody else, and I say that just because I've had people on, like I had Hatem Ali who was on, and there was this like he had talked about like publishers coming to him saying like, well, I want you to make a book that's about what it's like to be you know, to have your background and explain your experience, which is a very dangerous thing to play around with, because of sort of, you're not supposed to, or people shouldn't speak for others and their experience.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, with that idea of uh, the progress forward and back, and the sort of ebb and flow that potentially happens in this industry of, you know, representation or what have you. Do you think are there key things that you think would make a clear indicator that things are for the better? I guess
that's a good question.
Like,
I think
is the numbers game? Is it a? I don't know what the answer is, and that may be like a really dumb way to state it.
Might be a difficult question to answer. I think definitely I like it when there are more editors or like just people who are in charge of, you know, things that are a little bit more diverse, like at the top of things, because that helps so much to like understanding that not a single person doesn't have the last word in a culture.
Yep. It's like TV shows where they the whole crew, like what was it? Reservation Dogs. The show that was on. I want to say that was on not Bravo.
I think it was Hulu.
Yeah, it was Hulu. But the idea of like the cast and crew all were indigenous, and so there was like a universal approach to like showing, not just in the like the actors, but everybody that worked had some relevancy to the experience that they were talking about. It's one of those things. Have you like, obviously you work with whatever publishers say will pay you in most cases, but have you, because you mentioned the idea of like working with editors and things of the sort, have you seen or worked with people that sort of match or meet that kind of expectation, or not expectation makes it sound like they got to do this, otherwise they're not good enough. But have you had the opportunity to work with people that have a sort of more diverse or a diversity background that is similar or relevant to your experience?
Yeah, and I think in general, I've been very lucky. I've worked with really good people, and even if they are from like a different background, they've always been very open to hear my ideas.
Yeah. It's again, this is one of those things where like I draw potty humor, and so I don't have a lot of people going like, tell me about your experience, and so I don't know I haven't seen behind the curtain in the sense of like what it's like to work on a book that is very personal or requires that that grace and the complexity of how it speaks beyond just a silly word, or how it represents a group of people, or those kinds of things. With the types of books that you've done, is there a book that you can look back and go, this is a book that is quintessentially like who you are as a person? And I imagine it's probably the ones that you wrote. That'd be sad if it's like, nope, those didn't match.
Nope.
But
it was this other book that someone else.
Yeah. But more so what I want to get at is sort of like, what is it that you think quintessentially made that you?
I think definitely the ones I wrote, and I think more specifically magic, because I did like when I wrote it, I always wanted to write about my home, and I wasn't sure how. Like I was like, is this like a story of like a character? Is it like a moment in time? Is it like a day? Is it like a story about 100 years? You know,
Yeah.
like so much to say, and I think what I did was really just kind of talk about something that I feel I learned growing up that felt very important to me. And so magic is about the idea that
Oh. So you dropped out there for a second. You said the idea of, and then
the idea of like there's magic in everything, and magic is change. You know, like the change that happens in the seasons, or the change that happens when you learn to do something, the change that you make happen.
is is there like obviously the story is the core, but even like thinking about the visuals, are there any of them that you're like, because people's visuals change throughout time, right? You know, the work you're making today is different probably than the work you made 2 years ago, and
Yeah.
so on. But is there one that you feel like sort of created the I want to sort of, this is probably not the right wording for it, but like the bread and butter of what you do. If you look at it, you go like, yes, this is a book that hit on all cylinders and has sort of become the hallmark of your aesthetic or your approach to visual vocabulary.
Oh, that's a good question. I think I think it might be magic too, but I think it's funny because when I did River of Mariposas, it's kind of different than what I did for magic.
In what way?
So I really do like, I think from animation, the idea of each story kind of has something that needs specifics.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like for River of Mariposa, I really wanted to feel kind of like very soft, kind of like a butterfly.
That was actually a question I had because I was looking at this, and one of the things that caught me off right off the bat is sort of the I mean, obviously butterflies are in it, so soft like a butterfly makes perfect sense, but the textures and the edging that you do in this is very, very sort of like I imagine some of it's just the brush that you're using and things of that sort, but there is a softness to the edge in all of these. So they feel like the crispness is sort of I don't want to say like few and far between, but like it's very distinct, the choice that you made where you chose to be crisp in your edge. And so like looking at, you know, for those, hopefully I can get this on screen well enough that people can sort of see it, but sort of that stippled or irregular edge that happens because of the like I don't even know what brush that is, but there's like a texture, a grain that happens on a lot of these pictures. That's a cognitive choice on your part, which I think is lovely. And I'm wondering sort of how you decide to do that, in the sense of like, how do you decide when to go with a hard edge and when do you go with a soft edge? Because this book is very, very soft by comparison to the other one that I have here, the Free to Learn has a much more, like, there's still soft edges in here. Like there's a page, I wonder if I can find the one. There was one where there's I want to say it's a cactus in here. Here we go. Yeah, there's a cactus that has like a sort of deconstructed edge and line to it, and so clearly, like, you're making these choices. And I'm wondering, is that something that is just your natural hand does that in certain cases, or is there like a decision like this piece of this image has to be this texture because?
Yeah. I think it's definitely a conscious choice. I think for my work in magic is way more like straight lines, like a lot more angular than my work in River.
Yeah.
And it's definitely because that's how it felt, that it was like more authentic. Like that's how I imagine it when I was reading this, when I wrote this story. If that makes sense.
So you know, because this is always an interesting question for me, or I think it's interesting. You might go, "This is Dolesville," but the idea of knowing what your aesthetic is and what it's going to look like almost to a T before you start, or was it something that sort of like developed as you like? Do you write first of all? Do you write first and then make the art?
I think it kind of happens both ways. Like it's like I kind of I am like I think a lot in color, like not so much sometimes in shapes. So like when I was writing Magic, I was thinking it definitely is very yellow. Like it's very yellow. It's very warm.
Okay.
I could think of that and kind of like think of words that evoke that to you.
Okay.
I don't know if this makes any
No,
sense.
it does. Like, you know, when I write, or like when I wrote some of the books I've done, or when I try to write stuff now, there is a distinct, like, some of the pages are very clear in my head. This is what has to happen on this page.
Yeah.
Some of that is like, there's a technical aspect of like, I got to show this, otherwise this isn't going to make sense later, right?
Yeah.
But that idea of like, the you don't, you know, you have a general gist of what it's going to be, but you're not sure until you like get to the actual production, is not an uncommon process. Or what you think is going to work, and then you actually put it down on paper and go, uh-oh, I have too much text on this page and I can't put in all the imagery that I want, or, you know, whatever it may be, is always the gamble that we take as illustrators.
I think there's definitely some pages that I can see very clearly, but then I don't really like. I don't feel like I don't get attached to that image, because I know that at the end of the day, one page is not a book.
Yeah.
And maybe that one page will not end up fitting the rest of.
I like that you have this like this great foresight. Like I know that you're saying just like one page is not a book, which is a great statement, but also like to know that like you have this vision early on of to know that you can say stuff like that and not get caught up. Which I think, you know, when you said at the beginning or early on in the night, the idea of that you don't worry about like, is it perfect, or is it you know, you don't get caught up in those kind of details, which a lot of people get caught up in. I think that's actually like straight up amazing that you have the ability to sort of think that way. And there's so many people that would just get caught up in like, well, this is the way it has to be, otherwise I've ruined this piece. Is there, do you have any other great hot tips and tricks like that that you need to, you could share with the rest of us?
I do. I have one.
Okay. I love it. I
have one.
I was sort of joking, but I love the fact that you do. Like, give it.
I know, I do have one. And because someone once asked me, like I think I used to work, I worked for a little bit before I moved to the US. I worked for a little bit in Mexico City, in this company, and it was like a bunch of artists. It was really fun. And it was one time that we were just like kind of chatting, and someone was like, I want to know, like, what's your favorite thing that you've ever done? And like he like kind of went in a circle being like, what's your favorite thing you've ever done? What's your favorite thing you've ever done? And when he got to me, I was like, you know, I think the best thing that I've ever done, I still haven't made it. Like I try that the next thing that I make is the best thing that I've ever done.
I don't know if you're inside my head, but that is a statement that I have said for quite some time, which is that, yeah, I don't worry about the piece I'm making, because the next piece is the important one.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's how I get past that hurdle of like, is this piece good enough? It's good enough for now, and that's okay if it's not good enough tomorrow, because I got the next piece coming.
Exactly. So that's what I think it's a good tip as an illustrator. It's like, your best work is ahead of you. So you're fine.
I love it. I love it. Simpatico. We're sort of speaking the same language. And what's great though is the thing that I really appreciate about what you're saying there is it sounds to me like that sentiment is something that you've been doing or thinking for a long time, and not
Yeah.
necessarily like you just came to it today. Whereas I think for a lot of us, including myself, it took a long time to get to that point, and I'm not even sure if I'm fully to that point yet. There's days where I sit there and question, like, is that actually true? Can I buy into that argument? And sometimes it's hard to, in a way, but
Yeah.
I'm really impressed to hear that you came to that so early on, in your career of sorts. Not that you're early on. It's not like you're a newbie. You just started yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 days ago.
You're
Wonderful first 2 days.
This is day 3. You didn't even know what art was until Tuesday. So tell me a little bit about sort of the oh shoot, what was I going to say? There was a question I had and I just lost it. Tell me a little bit. Really, what was it? Oh no.
Oh.
All right, we'll drop that one, and I've had that a couple of times tonight. With the stories that you're writing, with the sort of content that you make, and the style and whatnot, is there some sort of, and I don't want to boil down to this because this sounds like it's some, like, if everybody follows this, it works perfect. But is there a formula in a way that has made it easy for you to make work? Whether it be a time of day that you work, or whether it be a order in which you work, or like, is there something that distinctly says, this is the process that makes the most sense to you?
Yeah. I think definitely. I think first I try to be very organized about what I'm doing and when I'm doing it. So I try to like break up books in like once, like, one sketch or 2 sketches a day, or like whatever time I have to work, in specific. I try to, from the minute they're like, this is a project, this is when it needs to be done, I try to break it up in a way in which I get enough time to make everything and just have time to let it sit a little bit. Because sometimes, so many times, I finish like something, and then the next 2 days I look at it again and I'm like, oh, I have a better idea.
Okay, wait. Now, if you have a better idea and you have time, you can change it, right? But
Yeah.
what happens if you have a better idea and you don't have time? Do you try to have more time, or do you just go, good enough?
I just go, well, maybe in color it'll be a different thing.
No. I mean, do you?
But if it's like a really good idea and I have like a day to, like, I'll probably do like very rough things and be like, listen, I had this idea very late in the process, but this is what the idea is.
And then hope and pray that they go, that's cool, yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, and hope it works.
Is there working with some of the clientele and folks that you worked with, have you had any run-ins with that makes it sound awful, but have you had any run-ins with the idea of like deadlines and challenges of trying to meet demands, or has it all sort of worked out for the most part?
I hit all my deadlines. I try to be very, very organized about that. Because I'm like kind of like very punctual too. Like I'm like, I really hate being late and I hate delivering things late. But I'm also like, obviously sometimes it's like too much, or like there's not going to be enough time.
Yeah.
And I just try to like kind of keep on top of it to a point in which I can tell you like 2, 3, even like a month in advance that I'm not going to make it.
Okay. Like you said, yeah, when I asked that, you said I try, and I'm like, okay, so that, did you miss ever? Have you ever missed a deadline?
I don't, but I have been like, maybe like it's 2 weeks out and I'm like, you know what, I got sick, not gonna make it. Okay. So I like immediately email someone, be like, hey, I know we said this date, but what do you think about this other date?
Yeah. Have you ever given any thought to this date? It's a really cool number combination, and I think you should consider I mean, I've personally have never missed a date. I've asked for an extension.
Yeah.
Something, which is pretty common. I don't think that's like out there, but I do know that like when that happened, that was challenging because I wasn't used to needing to ask for help in a situation like that. I was kind of used to like, well, I can make it every time, and sometimes life just gets in the way. Going back to that idea of I was asking if you have any hot tips, hot tricks. Are there any tips that you've gotten throughout the years from other illustrators or from mentors or things of the sort that you go, man, that was the thing?
Oh my god. I'm sure, yes, but I can't think. I am like blanking out on it. But I'm sure if I think about any later on.
Instead of that question, I'm going to ask, who were your mentors? Who are the people that you sort of looked up to or, still look up to, whether you know them personally or not?
I think my parents, for one. My aunt, I love my aunt so much. I think she's the smartest lady in the world. Okay. So whatever she says, I'm like, that's a perfect idea. That's a great idea. But like art-wise, I like really my friends. Like I have a lot of artist friends because I was lucky enough to go to art school. So like I have so many friends that I'm just like in awe about the things that they can do and make, and like the art that they produce, the ideas that they have. It's like so special. To have artist friends is so special.
I like how you tried to show off there for a second, saying you had so many friends.
Well, artist friends, because to me it's like very it's very like, yeah, sure, you're an artist, you probably have artist friends, but it's not everyone. Like not everyone gets like the privilege to go to art school.
Yeah.
And like have a community of friends.
Is there when you went to said art school, have you stayed in touch with folks outside of the friend group that you had? Like one of the things I found interesting is when I left school, my friend group in school was not exactly the same friend group that I had when I got out because of people's careers and where they moved and that sort of like the transition of just literally life and how people operate that way. Did most of the people that you went to school with like stay in the same general area, or was there a shift outwards and beyond?
I think I am friends with a lot of people that I went to. So I went to school in Mexico for college.
Okay.
And then I went to art school for a master's in San Francisco, which is why I moved to the U.S. initially.
Okay. Wait, what school in San Francisco was it? Was
Academy of Art.
Oh, okay, it was. Okay. That's I was trying to remember where it was. Did you like that school?
I did. I had really good teachers, really, really great artists, to be honest. Almost by accident, because I was never one of the people like actually looking like at the reviews and picking the classes. I was like, whatever.
You just take any old thing?
I get so lucky. I got so lucky with that.
You just sort of said, this sounds cool, and
yeah,
crossed your fingers.
I was like very used to like the system in my college, and it's a different system in Mexico in which you kind of don't pick your classes that way. Like you kind of just like get put in a group, and that's the classes that you're doing. So
interesting.
maybe I just wasn't like used to be like, oh, let me see, what is this class and what is that class. I was just like, whatever you think I should be doing, that's what I'm doing.
That's a lot of faith there. You decide for me.
You put me, you know me.
Yeah. I'll cross my fingers and hope that it's good, but that's sort of a interesting twist in my mind. Like when I was in school, we were supposed to meet with our advisors and things of that sort, and I never did. I just sort of like said, okay, I'm just going to make it up as I go along, and these are the courses I want to take, and hope and pray for the best. But I also, I guess I didn't know who a lot of the teachers were either, and so I sort of jumped around and just tried things in some sense. I mean, there were friends and whatnot that I'd take a class because they were taking it, but the no advising side of things made me probably take some classes that were odd or challenging for me in the long run. Wait, are you tearing paper?
Yeah.
Are you cutting paper? Ooh, buddy.
We're sorry. We'll see how far I get with this idea.
Are you cutting it or are you tearing it? It sounded like tearing.
I'm cutting it. I'm sorry. Maybe.
No, you're allowed to make the noise. I'm not saying like, hey, don't. How dare you make a tearing noise? But
cutting it.
I'm excited to see. Do you ever do collage just in general, or like mixtures of materials like that?
Yes, this is like kind of new. Like I would say, like I bought like a big box of color paper. I don't even remember what for. Like a couple years ago, and ever since I've just been doing it. Because I had it and I was like, I think I probably started one of my traditional pieces and I wanted to put some like confetti in it, and I was like, well, I actually can like cut out some pieces and put it there instead of drawing it.
Put actual confetti in. Yeah
So that's kind of how I started, and now every time I can I put something, and I don't know if I think to myself that I'm saving myself so much time because I'm not.
It is time consuming. I mean, I since I deal with like collage now pretty much consistently, there's a different type of time consumingness. I know that's probably not a word, but to it that like than probably what you deal with digitally or what I deal with when I just straight paint. Of like you have to have this forethought to figure out exactly like structurally how you want to build something with any sort of like what do you put down first, what do you put down second, what do you put down third, whereas paint you can just kind of go over it and your edges can move back and forth, but something like this doesn't always have the same sort of ability.
And I do very simple like just like little elements with paper because I don't have the foresight to do anything else.
That's I don't do that. I go all in, so I'm like I have to fight it at points. There are times where I make a decision and I regret it 2 seconds later and have to figure out like how am I gonna dig myself out of this hole. As far as like the texture or the layering, there's been a few times where I've had to like peel stuff up. So tell me a little bit about the digital side of things. Like obviously digital makes sense for your work and or your process, but what do you see as the advantages? Like you said, layers. So obviously, I bet you layers is going to be in this answer. But what is it that draws you to that specifically as the sort of relatively go-to method?
I do like how much you can change things. I like how much you can mess up and like just press a few keys and be back where you started.
Okay.
I love that about digital art. It's just I love to be able to actually do the thing and then decide that I don't like it.
So like the recovery or I'm trying to think of like the flexibility of permanence.
Yeah, like sometimes I do go with like a very detailed plan of where I want things to be, or how I want things to look. But
Yeah.
sometimes, I don't know, maybe there's not enough inspiration, maybe something that I'm not as connected to or don't have a strong opinion to. And then it's like very useful to be able to just kind of toy with it for a while.
How often, and this is like, or I guess here's the better question that relates to this is, I have found for myself when I do anything digital that my challenge has always been there's too many options. There's the there's too many opportunities for me, and this is again subjective, but there's too many opportunities for me to correct.
Mm-hmm.
And to make adjustments to the piece. And so I've realized that the next time I do any sort of digital work like that, my rule of thumb is going to be that I get only one layer to play with.
Ooh.
Right. So like I have to adapt in a situation like that. I can't just go, well, I'm going to add another layer. I'm going to change things around. So it's like I have to push and pull some of that stuff. And I'm wondering, do you have a like? Obviously, I know you love your layers. I'm not saying that you need to change
Okay.
that of any sort, but is there like a limit or a thing, barriers that you put on your work that is meant for the intention of control?
Huh. That's a good question.
Did you
I don't
say?
think so.
Wait. Did you just say that's a question?
No, I said that's a good
Oh,
question.
okay. Like that's a question.
That's definitely a question.
It's like the simplicity of that's a question. Okay.
I I don't think so. I think to try to rein it in, what I've been doing in the past, like I think maybe 2 or 3 years, is that I always do my thumbnails in paper, like to like start getting a general idea of where I'm going,
Yeah.
because that way there's like a, you know, there's like a plan. Even though it's not like maybe the most refined plan, I know I won't be stuck there for hours trying
Yeah.
to figure out what I'm doing.
Is there, thinking about when you say the plan, how I'm trying to figure out like the best way to ask these questions. Is your plan really thorough, or is your plan loosey goosey? I know that's a real technical term I'm throwing out there.
Yeah.
Is your plan something that like you look at it and go, it's sort of general in the sense of like I need to hit these key points for this to work, or is it something wherein you're down to the finite, like I need to do this first, this second, this third, this etc. down the line?
I I think I would say the plan is very rough. Like it's very much come up with some ideas and we'll see.
Again, the hope and pray method.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, put some thumbnails down. Something will come out of it. Once we see it all together, you'll get an idea.
How often, like, so again, that idea of like the single layer in Photoshop or what have you, the goal for me is that I lose some control. And I'm wondering, and so like I love happy accidents.
Yeah.
And so is someone asking about pumpkins? If they're asking if these are going to be pumpkins, no, these were going to be bear heads. I didn't even think about pumpkins in this. I probably should put some. Maybe I'll say those are pumpkins. The happy accident is my love. That's I want to live in that world if I can. And I'm wondering, do you end up with that often? Like one of the reasons why I don't tend to gravitate towards working digitally myself is, again, that idea of the happy accident doesn't happen in the same way for me.
Yeah.
Literally like spilling some paint. You don't really spill anything with a digital piece. Or maybe you do, I don't know. But maybe you're messier than I am with digital. But that idea of like losing control is huge for me. And I'm wondering, do you have methods to or something like that where you actually lose your ability to, wrangle the piece, or to, again, have that control as you work?
Huh. That is...
I know it's a really smart question.
That was too smart of a question.
Okay, sorry. I know. Okay, let me dumb it down. Do you like pretty pictures?
I love pretty pictures.
Yay!
No, I think... I love what you're making, by the way. It looks so beautiful.
Thank you. I'm trying to figure out, again, I'm making like a little quilt or something that's sitting on this, but I have to actually make the quilt, which I didn't think about how to do until just now. I'm figuring out, like, can I cut little quilt pieces? It's going to be a pain to do, but like little sections. I can't wait. Honestly, this is one of the challenges I have, and I don't know if you have the same thing here, but I have a hard time as I'm working looking up and seeing what people do during this. So like afterwards, I'm going to go back, I'm going to watch this and like see all the details that are in here. But like the to work and look is I'll get lost, honestly, watching other people do it. Like watching you go through and like figure out exactly where you're going to put all your colors and things of that sort. I'm going to get caught up in like, oh, I like that decision. Oh, I wonder how that happened. Ooh, look what you're sticking down with. Wait, look at this bad boy. Elmer's glue. Okay, are you using washable school glue stick?
Yes.
Now, is yours purple?
Yes.
No, I'm just. I don't do the purple one, which is probably actually smart. I'm too fearful that the purple is going to somehow stain the page that I'm working on. And so, but it's smart because then you can see where you've actually covered.
Yeah, I just bought them from Amazon because I was doing an activity with some children, and this is non-toxic. They love painting with it, but it doesn't stain, sadly.
Okay. Well, my initial thought was just like, if I have a white illustration board or something that I'm working on that like I run the risk of a big old stinky stain somewhere.
Yeah, no.
How do I recover from it?
I would think the same. I've just seen too many children at this point put it on all of the page, only for it to appear. Yeah.
You have more faith than I do. I bought this. This is I bought this and I was like, man, this is made for teachers. 30 of them. I still have.
Oh my God.
I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 out of 30. So I've gone through half this box. I go through about a stick every piece. Roughly.
Oh my God.
But, sometimes you got to do it to make the magic happen.
Sometimes you do.
Yeah.
Some glue sticks need to be sacrificed.
The downside, I don't know if you probably don't have this in the same level, but by the time that we've wrapped for the night, my fingers are so stupid sticky because of like all the pieces. And then I watch someone like Christian Robinson, who like, it looks like he puts all of his glue on with like a wetter glue and a brush or a roller or things, and then he sticks them down and they look beautiful, but it also looks like he's done and the piece doesn't look chaotic like mine. He's he knows how to do it, and I haven't figured it out yet. So I just end up with sticky fingers.
Yeah.
Tell me, so what's
Bye, Gloria.
what? Oh,
Thanks for coming. I'm just seeing someone said we're going on the chat.
Oh yeah, okay. You have are you on a computer watching?
No, I have my mirror camera, like the camera that I can see. I don't know.
Wait, what? oh, you got it backwards or like?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So you can actually see the screen itself that's recording you.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to know what you're doing.
Well, I have my my phone, but I do it's a downshoot, and so I'm below it, so I can't actually see what's on the screen unless I get up high and poke my head over the edge. Yeah. So I have a separate iPad that, if you look, there's a person. Ready? Here, I'll add a comment.
Profesh.
Let's see. Wait. Oh, no. I don't want to. Oh, I just. Okay, it just says, oh, like OH. That came from Mark Hoffman's biggest fan. That's actually me. I didn't make the account. My wife made that. That was her joke to call it that. I'm not that much of a narcissist.
I mean, it's fine to be your biggest fan.
It is up to a point, but it's too close to home because I have a big head in certain ways. So I gotta be careful. But that's what I watch from. So if anybody ever sees that and there's a comment from Mark Hoffman's biggest fan, or whatnot, it's either me or my wife that posts and puts those up. I have there's times where my wife will forget that she's in my account, and so all of a sudden I'll be commenting in the middle of one of these. It's very strange that like there's me commenting to someone else even though I'm talking to them. It's all her fault. She's the problem, not me. Okay, here, ready? You're in LA. Do you have a loved one there?
A what?
A loved one? A partner?
Oh, I have a boyfriend.
Yeah, same thing. Is your boyfriend an artist?
He is a musician. He plays saxophone.
Whoa. Is he in the background right now?
No. We don't live together.
Okay. I was gonna say, can you put on some can you do some light jazz for us?
Get him to.
Can we make him the third participant in this and have him just play some lovely music for us to sit and listen to? But is he supportive of your arts? That'd be amazing if you said no.
Yeah. It'd be crazy. No, actually, he hates that I'm doing.
Yesterday, he told me it was a waste of my time.
Yeah.
The idea of being a musician is so similar to being a writer or being a visual artist, and there's such continuity of thought that happens in there. That's all I was hitting at, but I know it was a dumb question. With all of the kidlit stuff that you've been doing and all the other work that you've been doing, is there a how do I put this? I've asked this before. Is there a moment of success for you? And it doesn't have to be I say to some people, it doesn't have to be financial. It doesn't have to be this once I make $1 million, I know I've done it. But is there a moment where you look and you go this is when I know that this was worth it, worth the pain and the perseverance that has to happen?
Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, it's probably very cheesy, but I think it's amazing what someone, sometimes I'll get random emails of people being like, hey, I read your book and I loved it. And I'm like, oh my God, thank you so much. Or kids, when kids said that they read my book and that they really liked it. Oh, it's so good. It feels so good.
Does it feel better coming from a kid?
Yes. Because, it's for them. So.
Is it? Well, wait. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm not going to challenge you on that it's for kids, but how much of it is for kids and how much of it is for you?
I think definitely, I don't know. I think it's a weird answer, but both 100%. Like, this is something that I want to say, because I was a kid kind of reading things and kind of thinking about them a lot and getting a lot of good life lessons from books.
So is it a love letter to you as a kid?
Yeah, in a way, like I kind of writing things that I would I would think I would have liked if I had read them at the time.
The I have a student right now that sort of we're going through this conversation about sort of who is it for? Is it a piece that is meant to be universal, or is it a piece that's meant to be for for you or for a close significant other or whatnot, because it changes your perception on sort of how you approach it. Do you, when you make work, obviously, like every piece that people make is really like me making work, 90% of the time it's me trying to make myself giggle, right?
Yeah.
It's me trying to make something for me in some sort of weird way, even though I know it's also for an art director and it's for a publisher and it's for those kinds of odds and ends.
But you gotta like it.
Yeah, it's got to be fun for me too. Otherwise, what's the point? Otherwise, I could go get a job at the local Home Depot, and actually, I don't know. I could get a job being a plumber and make a lot more money. I'd have to do a lot of training, but I could do it. But that idea of like, who is it really for? Are you making it for yourself and it just happens to be that other people like it too, or is it a impersonal, this is just a job kind of situation? Is always a challenging question to be asked, or to have to sort of resolve in your head. Well, this is a classic, like you're in school, you're visiting a class, you're the guest lecturer for the day, and this is that question they always say at the end of, what advice do you wish you got earlier in your career?
Earlier. I don't know. I really don't know. I guess I am kind of the person that is like, everything happens when it needs to happen. Things happen for a reason.
You're getting easy outs on all.
Well, I try to give myself easy outs in life.
You're making it hard on me to ask questions. You're making it. Is there well, not necessarily like advice.
Well, can I ask you the same question? Because it's a very interesting question.
Wait, was the question like, what advice do you wish you had?
Earlier.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. I forgot, honestly, in that amount of time. What would I answer in that? I think I know. Well, what's funny is someone told me early on, but I didn't listen.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a whole nother like sort of challenge of hearing it but not actually hearing it. And I think that advice for me was more along the lines of sort of doing what you love and not getting caught up in what you think people expect of you.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had this problem of I think, and not necessarily a problem, I think it's probably pretty common for people to have this, but when I was in school, I had this expectation of what an illustrator was supposed to be and what kind of work they were supposed to make, and it probably was a little bit formulaic in a way. Mm-hmm. I wasn't doing something unique or interesting in a way that it could have been. And so I think I look back now and I go, I wish I sort of knew to listen to my gut more in a situation like that. And not that my, my gut reaction or the thing that I was interested in obviously has changed throughout the years, and the work that I make now is different than the work that I made then and whatnot. But I think that I was too worried about expectation, or about relevancy, to really pay attention to sort of like what was important to me. And that's the thing that I wish like I had thought about, or I had really considered more when because I did have a teacher that basically said to me, like, you need to make work that you love, otherwise you're gonna half-ass it. And that makes total sense. Like that, sure, I get that right off the bat. I don't see a disconnect there in my head from that statement. I think that I just took that as like, go make work that you really love that will make money. And so I made work that was fine, but it just like, now I look back at it and I go, that wasn't really what I wanted to do. I wanted to be silly and goofy, but I tried to be serious at points, or I tried to be, cool with my art, or try to live up to some standard that someone else had set, which is always the best, or I don't know. I think that covers it. I did it. Did I answer it right? Did I do a good job?
I think that's a very good advice. I think someone else gave that advice to me too. When I needed to hear it, and when I was ready to hear it. And I think it is life-changing, right? To be like, oh, let me actually not think about what's selling right now, and who's like a big name right now, and what's really popular right now, and just do things that I love.
Well, I think that's also like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I also think that's the play for the market that we're in. And I stress to students all the time this idea that the kidlit world, or just illustration in general, in a lot of industries, whether it be like the equivalent of the pitch Bibles that you did, that pitch Bible is not going to be turned into a show tomorrow. It's going to be turned into a show 3 years down the line. And the expectation that what you do now is somehow going to be relevant 3 years down the line is kind of a silly notion. And so like, you have to be almost ahead of the game in your thoughts of like how you connect these the style, or the choices that you make, to what's going to be interesting in what is that, like 2026 or 2027. And if you get caught up too much in like the current thing, or trying to meet the demands of what you think is the clientele now, you're going to get caught in it to a point wherein your work is going to look dated, or it's not going to be new or fresh. And so that's, to me, that's that like challenge of learning how to sort of stick to your guns and go, you know what, it may not be perfect now, but 3 years down the line, this may be the thing. Speaking of sort of going back to your aesthetic, obviously it's cool.
Wait,
it looks
good. Before we go to the aesthetic question, because I just thought, because you asked me of advice or tips that I've gotten from people that were really good, like 5 years ago.
Okay.
And I just thought of one that was excellent advice. This was in a, do you know what CTN is?
CTN? No.
CTN is used to be the biggest, like, for animation artists. It was a conference. They still do it in November. Right now there's more, but back in the day it was kind of like the only one that was specific to animation artists. And I went to this conference, and I don't remember the name of the creator, but he created one of the shows that I loved growing up that not a lot of people have seen. I don't know why. But he basically was talking about his pitching process and the way he puts together his pitches to pitch a TV show. And I think towards the end, someone asked a question about well, how do you deal with like the anxiety of going out and actually pitching your show? And he said, you know what? No one knows where the next big thing is coming from. It could be you. Everyone is rooting for you in that room.
Yeah.
Everyone wants your pitch to be good.
Yeah, no one's in there going I hope this one's a
So you might as well go and pitch it. If they don't like it, that's it. And then you do it again.
How do you, I mean, that comes down to sort of the question of how do you deal with failure, or how do you deal with not being accepted or
rejection.
Yeah, rejection. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. How do you deal with rejection? And I say that in just the sense of as illustrators, there's
as an artist
where you put your portfolio out, or as a kidlit person, you go and you put work out on submission, and then you find out that it didn't get picked, or that they didn't like it and they want this and this changed. That's a challenging thing to deal with on a regular basis, but you kind of just have to learn to deal with it. And I'm wondering, in your case, obviously your work just sells on first pass. You put it out there and everybody says, this is wonderful, here's $1 million, go make it. But let's just pretend for just a hot second that doesn't happen, and you have to go and say, okay, how do I change this? How do I make this better? How do I deal with this this non-committal element?
Yeah.
How do you personally sort of deal with rejection?
Honestly,
or yeah,
I personally think that when someone tells you this is not ready or this is not what I'm looking for, you should first of all take it to face value and this is not what you're looking for. Not necessarily means that it's bad. It's just not what you're looking for, and that's fine. And then second, I think it gives you an opportunity to do something better or to learn something.
What about slashing their tires?
Well, that comes later.
Okay. I say there's that revenge element that you're skipping over. The idea of finding out, it does hurt. I don't think that ever goes away as an artist. If you find out that someone doesn't like your work or whatnot, or that they don't accept it on that pass because you've put time and effort into it. But do you find that you still have that sort of do you feel like you've gotten past a point where the challenge of the the rejection or the that side of it, have you gotten to a point where that doesn't affect you in the same way now, or do you still have that sort of hint of damn, that I thought that was a good piece, or I thought that was a good book, and I really thought this was going to be the thing?
I honestly, I don't think too much about it. I'm oh, okay.
We need you as a therapist to help us figure out life, because it sounds to me like you have it all figured out in a really fun way where you don't have to all the questions that I'm asking are these things where I'm struggling with this, I need help, and you're you know what you do? You just smile.
You just let it go.
Yeah.
I'm big into letting things go. I'm big into letting things go. I'm big into forgiving things. I'm big into moving past things.
I'm into revenge and stewing in my own filth until I can figure out a way to get them back. Has there ever been a moment though that there had to have been a moment? There had to be some time where you're just like, you had expectations.
Yeah, like I always have expectations, but then it's like, I don't know, in the grand scheme of things, is it that, is it that, you know, is it worth getting upset over it and
Yeah.
holding it?
Have you ever played the role? Because like as illustrators, oftentimes we're answering to art directors or we're working with art directors on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever played the role of art director of an short?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me what that was like. Not because I don't know. It's not like, oh, I'm a dummy and I don't know what that means. But
Give me tips.
Yeah. What does it mean? What's an art director? But like, what was your experience on trying to sort of work with someone on something wherein like potentially they didn't live up to your expectation? Was there a way that you handled it? Was there that kind of treatment?
Yeah. So I've only art directed 3 picture books, and I was so incredibly lucky to work with 3 artists that are amazing, and like just really honestly love their work so much. And I think what was hard a little bit was like, because as an artist there's like things to your aesthetic that you like,
Mm-hmm.
and it's hard sometimes to separate the this is how I would do it to like the objective note that you're trying to give.
Yeah. How do you explain to someone else like what's cool in your head?
Yeah, without telling them, oh, do exactly this, because that's not what you want to do. You want them to do their thing and their take.
Is there in doing that, is there any time that you have like obviously explaining and making sure that you're clear with your argument or your argument sounds bad, but your critique or your advice or whatnot is important. But was there ever a time where like you had to really like deeply go into this is why or contextualize just to make sure it was clear to said artist?
No, I like I said, I was very lucky to work with 3 people that were very, very professional and very open to the critique. I think it was harder to kind of trying to, I don't know, like, because like I said, I am an artist that likes to know what we're doing. Yeah. And to me, it's so helpful if you tell me, oh, this needs to be done this day because this day we're doing this and this other day we're doing that. Which is not usually the way it works. Like, you don't usually get told why they need it, like a thing at a certain date.
Yeah. It's behind the scenes.
Yeah. And I know also that a lot of people don't like to know that, because then they feel like it's an extra pressure added to what they're doing already. So I think just finding a way to communicate kind of neutrally and not just thinking about what I think should be said, because things happen behind the scenes, and sometimes they resolve themselves before you even to tell someone about
it. They realize it themselves before that you have to get on the horn and tell them this isn't good enough. Let me ask you sort of, this is some bigger sort of broader questions of outside of the sort of art making, thinking about sort of branding and how you present yourself online, because I know there's a lot of people that are trying to figure out sort of like how to pitch themselves and how to market their work and their their interests and whatnot. And I'm wondering, are there things that you have found work really well for you to go out there and say to someone like, look at my work. Look at how amazing this is, or look at this thing that sort of I've discovered. Sort of how do you get to that point where you've learned how to sort of express yourself, and not necessarily to show off, but to, to really tell people this is who I am, and this is why you should hire me, or what have you.
So like advocate for yourself.
Yeah.
Or how to sell, you have to pitch yourself.
Yeah. I mean, you're in that world of like pitch Bibles and whatnot, and there is a challenge of, you can't just make something and say like, this is cool, buy it. You have to find ways to make it more palatable, or to express why more succinctly to potentially a producer or a production company or what have you.
Yeah. I think it's really important to understand the why you're doing what you're doing, or why you want the project to exist. So when something is very personal to you, like my books, it's easy to do that.
Is there, I'm trying to figure out how to like phrase these without getting too complicated. Is there, looking at your branding and looking at the way that you present yourself online, whether it be through like your website or through Instagram or, whatever sort of social media you use, is there some level of like consistency or quality that you think is like quintessential to you, that you make sure is consistent across the board?
Like work-wise?
Yeah, like the equivalent of when I'm putting stuff up online, there are certain things that I make that are very quickly and easily like, this is a piece that works, this can go up. I don't have any question about showing off said work for, whatever reason. And then there's other pieces that I sit back or I look at later and I go, that's not the one. This just doesn't feel like me, or doesn't feel like it fits my brand, or it may have been cool at the time, but I look at it now and go, this isn't representative of the whole.
Oh, that's an interesting question. I don't think I look at it that way. I think I definitely feel like I look at my Instagram like a little art project, and I want it to look consistent. But I don't like think about like, does this represent me as an artist?
Well,
because I think kind of everything you do kind of does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all by the same hand, but obviously there's certain things that if it's a collective, it's like the equivalent of your portfolio. How do you choose what's in your portfolio and what's not? Are there markers? Like for me, I look at the work that I make and I go, okay, it generally should have a narrative of some sort, or a concept that's clear. And that's like straight up easy enough. Now it needs, like, in order to sit on my website as an actual, like, this is a portfolio piece, it needs to have a interesting color palette. If it's too generic or too, general, I feel like it doesn't say enough about sort of my interest in color. And so, like, are there things that you look at and you go, this is the thing that is, quintessentially you, or is the best representation of you and your art, that you can sort of easily flag and go, like, this is a definite winner. This needs to be on my website tomorrow, or today, or yesterday, in some sense.
Yeah. I think I definitely like it to be very colorful and to tell a story. or to just be very like it could not have those, but it just has to be very interesting, or something that I made that I'm like, this is very interesting.
Yeah.
Whatever this is.
Well, I guess maybe here's another way to sort of ask this question, because I feel like I'm not asking it in a not that you're not answering it, not like, ooh, you're not doing a good job, and so I have to ask it this way, but more so like, what is your style? How do you define your style?
Okay, that is a different question.
Yeah, it's a better question that I came to later in life.
I would say my style is very colorful, very like, there's definitely like some like animation remnants there, in which is very, I think, shape driven and like simple shapes in a way. And like there's like, I wanted to have like a kind of like a vintage feel to it too.
I think I even put that in the ad, that there is a weird little, not weird, but there is a vintage element to your work.
Yeah.
I think I said that, and I was trying to figure out how to pin that down, or like, why did I say that? Not like, why did I say that, but what do I mean, or like, what is that thing that tells me it's got this vintage feel to it? What, in your mind, what is that vintage element?
I think it's a lot in the texture.
Okay.
And in like some of the shape choices.
I could see that. I was gonna say, for me, it's some of it, I think, is probably the head shape.
Yeah.
And some of them is a, like, how do I put this? Is it's got a like late 70s, early 80s kind of head shape.
Yeah.
And I not everybody's gonna understand that. But I mean, it sounds like you do, but there's probably some people going like, what the hell does that mean? That shape. But there's something there in that, like the sort of roundness to the head that shows up, and like the jawline on some of the characters is kind of distinct.
Yeah. And I definitely like shape language of that time, of like older books. I don't know so much 80s, but definitely 70s, 50s. Okay. There's something that I find really endearing about it.
It's I had on Leo Espinosa, who did was it They Belong to Us?
Yeah. I know Leo. It's great.
Yeah, and that like that 70s sort of like,
I love his work. It's so
60s,
good.
Early 70s kind of vibe to that book is such a like quintessential, in my mind, a very like distinct visual that like it's an era. Yeah. And you immediately know what era that is based on the shape and colors and whatnot. And it's not even just a specific era. It's also in my mind, it's a like Sesame Street
vibe. Yeah. It's like a feeling, you know? It's like,
yeah.
It's like a feeling that everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, which we haven't had in a long time.
Yeah.
Well, there's like a freedom to it that like little kids understand, but potentially adults have sort of lost. And so like picking that book up for the first time for me was like, oh, this brings back so many memories fairly quickly without me having to do a ton of work to sort of to think that. It just like all of a sudden it just resonated relatively easily. Is there artists in particular that you sort of lean on or look at on the regular?
I think it changes. Like lately, well, I think as a general, definitely a lot of like the animation, like old Disney, kind of like Mary Blair.
Okay.
I think I love her work so much.
Why?
I just there is something so emotional about it.
I'm fascinated. I mean, I knew this was probably true ages ago, but just hearing it again recently was just like how little respect she had early on in the art world.
Yeah.
Like that people just didn't like, they didn't know enough about the work that she made, or she was sort of hidden in a way from a lot of the art world. That's kind of like just sad because she is such a star. Like if you look back, there's a lot of Disney people that get lost in the world today that were probably stars back then, and then she was sort of swept under the rug for so long. Is there like are you a Disney person?
Like not like in a I go to Disney every week.
Well, no, but I mean,
I wish.
like obviously if you like Mary Blair, there's all these other people that are from that era or
absolutely, yeah, big fan.
Like Ivan Earl.
Ivan Earl, amazing.
Yeah. Like he's in that same, like he's got some of the same textures and like lived in that same world.
But like so much control. He has so much control.
Maybe not as cute as what Mary Blair could do.
I think Mary Blair, just her stuff has a lot of charisma.
Yeah.
Like it has like a little something that it's like so hard to capture.
Her stuff is like such I've said it on here before and not that everybody has heard it, but the idea of like I see art, especially illustration, as different spectrums. And so the idea of like there's some people that are if we made this little chart that on the left is sort of the painter and on the right is the designer, and illustration sits somewhere in between there, and everybody's in that spectrum some way. And she's so much the designer.
Yeah.
Even though she painted, she was like shape language was so huge for her. And then you have someone like same thing with Ivan Earl, is like he was even though he was a beautiful painter, he was all about these like bushes that were squares and like angles and things of the sort. But I also think that there's the people who are another spectrum is like that shape language, and then the other side of that is, I mean, I guess it's in the same ballpark, but are about light or are about some other variable. And she was like, you look at her work and I don't immediately go like, it's the most beautiful lighting in the world. It's wonderful, and light plays a part, but that's not the star of her work. Obviously you're out in LA, so you get access to some of the rides that feature her work. Yeah. Oh, I cut out?
Yeah.
I was saying you're out in LA, so you get access to some of the rides that feature her work, and
I love it
in there. Are there other artists in general besides Mary Blair though that you're like everybody should know who this person is?
Like lately I've been like really into like Hilma af Klimt.
Okay.
Because I just think her life is very interesting. Her work is very much design, much more than illustration.
Yeah.
Well, it's paintings, but I would consider it more on the side of the design because it's a lot of shapes.
Go for it. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So the thing that was I think they're making an opera about her. I think I read that. Because she kind of was one of the people who started like the abstract movement that's not very known of. Like she's not very known for it because she did a lot of paintings that she never showed because she was in I keep it because she was in this group of women, painters and artists, and they would conduct seances and like connect with a higher power, and then she'll come up with the paintings.
Interesting. Okay.
So she made this series of paintings called Paintings for the Temple that they were going to build.
What you said seances, are we talking devil worship?
No, I think it was like God or the universe.
Okay. More innocent than devil worship?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, still kind of out there.
Yeah. No, I mean, a seance has some flair to it that not everybody probably does on a regular basis. What about are there people that are, now I'm not challenging you with this, please trust me, but current folks that you're like, oh, this is the hip new thing that I need to be
for her?
No, I mean just in general, artists that you look at that you're like, this is the new thing that I have found that I wish people knew this artist.
Oh. You know, I'm just really bad with names because I can think, I get like the images are in my head, but I can't remember the names.
Okay. So number one, there's this guy Mark who does amazing work.
Mark, I've heard of him. I have heard of him.
He's not me.
Can
It's a different. It's a different Mark. It's Hark Mothman. He's he's amazing. No, I have the same problem. Like I can name the people in teaching. I had a student the other day say like, how do you remember all these names? And it's like, because I've been using the same names for the last 20 years, and I probably need to change it up. That's how I remember all those names. But I have a problem with like, memorizing names. If you show me artwork, I can see them relatively quickly, but it's trying to pin down like, oh, this specific artist. And, you know, I can go like, oh, it was a piece that had a shark in it. There was like this laser. Like, I can do that.
Like, that's exactly what I think. I'm like, well, I saw this really amazing 3 that someone drew. But like I follow them, but I just don't remember their name.
You know the one that's getting me now, and this is generationally we're not that far apart, but like the students, I asked them to show me their influences, and 90% of their influences are not a person's name, it's their moniker online. And so it's like, oh, I follow this person named like Waffle Princess, and her stuff is amazing. I don't know, I'm making that up. But that idea of like, I always ask them like, do you know their name? Like who are, like, it's cool that they have this fun name and maybe that's their brand, but I'm guessing a good portion of those people like
have names.
And it'd be good to know, like, is there other work by this person out there that's not under this moniker of some sort? Now, that being said, Waffle Princess is like some of the best artwork I've seen in ages. Do you do a lot of social media? Do you care about it?
I feel like I used to do more, like a few years ago. I think now, I don't know, there's just so many. It used to be more chill, and now it feels like you need to know all of these things.
Yeah.
And that I don't like. And then I'm like, maybe this is not for me.
It's a job now. It's no longer, is it like a social thing?
Yeah. It feels a lot like a job.
Yeah. I mean, I'm at the point with doing all these cabin doodles where it's like, you know, there's certain maintenance that I have to do just to make sure that to get word out so people know who's going to be on, all these things. And like, you know, I worry a little bit that my page has become a Gab and Doodle page and not a Mark Hoffman's illustration page. But it is what it is. But I do know, and I do think that like, I wish that there was maybe a little less focus on promoting, or you know, like I wish there was a way to like to de-emphasize the promoting and just make artwork. But I also know that just the reality is art directors look at it.
Yeah.
And so like, have you seen contracts now that are asking you to like for social media relevancy, like you need to post this many things online, or you need to like,
oh no,
the expectation is this. I've seen it where my agent, there was a book deal that I got where they had an expectation that I would do some sort of, not necessarily like that it had to be super intense or anything, but like we need you to post 3 different images before the book comes out, etc. My agent nixed it, saying, like, that's cool. He's probably going to do that anyways, but he gets to decide what he wants to do, and it's not controlled by said publisher.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but that's interesting.
Be wary.
Yeah.
Out there.
I mean, I post about the books that I make too, because I also like, I'm aware that as an author, you kind of feel like out there and trying to get the word out.
Yeah.
So I feel a lot for the authors I work with. So I try to promote every book that I make, because I also like them, you know, I made them.
Yeah. It'd be dumb for someone not to promote their book.
Yeah.
Or to not like be proud of what they did. But I think just the expectation that is like a requirement in the contract is what sort of bothers me.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
And, you know, there's the like your payment schedule, or the challenge that they're like, we'll pay you after it publishes, thing that's popped up recently too, which is, you know, challenging in its own right. But that sort of like, you must post this many times or whatever is just like sort of ridiculous in my mind. Do you, when you're working on said books, and you're making the content, do you have, how do I put this? Do you worry at all about marketing and sort of like, and not in the sense of like, how's this going to sell? This is, if I don't do this right, it's not going to sell, and then we're going to be in trouble. But more so like, how much of this do you get into where you go, like, this is a better cover because I think this will sell to an audience in a different way than, you know, A, B, or C other cover that you have?
I think I'm generally just trying to make something cool and something that I would have liked as a kid. Because I bought a lot of books just based on the cover.
Oh, that's, I got 2 questions. Okay. So, saying that, like, I'm the same way. A cover can make a huge difference.
Yeah.
Right? So you buy based on the cover. What do you look for in a cover? Like, if it was you now, or you when you were a kid, because it's, you know, there's probably similarities there. But what is the thing on the cover that you're looking for?
Well, I think it's different now, because, like, not reading the same kind of books.
Okay.
And, like, for a book for me now, I look for, like, a really interesting design, or, like, really interesting font, or, like, colors. And as a kid, I think I really liked when there was, like, a character in it that I really loved the way it was drawn. Or, like, an atmosphere. I was always very into atmosphere.
What do you mean by atmosphere? Like, meaning like the sort of like landscape?
Like, like, you know, like, I guess it's like what they call now, like, the vibe of it.
Okay.
Like, it was like a spooky vibe. I really wanted it.
Wait, are you a person that loves horror movies and stuff?
I do. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I need to ask this other question, then we're coming back to horror movies. You said at the beginning of this that you are a illustrator of children's books, and you also have written some, and you have a hard time saying that. Do you call yourself online anywhere a author illustrator?
I do. It's just really, I think it's just hard to explain, because I do think there's some confusion of, some people think I've written and illustrated all of the books that I worked on, and I have not.
Okay, and then the follow-up question is, and I've had this challenge of like, yeah, I've written 2 books, but I've illustrated another 13, or I'm working on 13 right now. And then the question is, I like the term author illustrator, but I feel like it's not as representative as illustrator author.
Oh,
but I think illustrator author sounds weird to me.
Yeah, because it's usually the other way around, but I think that makes more sense to me.
Like, that's how you would consider yourself as an illustrator author?
Yeah. Like,
it doesn't.
It's like for my books, I consider myself an author illustrator, but for the other books, I consider myself just an illustrator. So it's hard to, when you're trying to explain. I guess we could just say we're artists.
No, we're creatives.
I guess, yeah, content creators.
We're multi-talented. We're triple threats. I don't know what the triple part is. I don't know what the third thing is, but dancing. My wife says dancing. Are you a good dancer?
I think I'm okay. I wouldn't say I'm like a great dancer.
But you can hustle if you need to.
I think so.
What? Okay, so now I'm going to go back to horror movies or scary movies or what have you. What are the what's your favorite horror movie?
Okay, there's this movie. I guess it's horror. No, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's considered horror. It's called, I don't know if it's You Will Never Be Alone or You Won't Be Alone. I think it's You Won't Be Alone. And it's about this witch.
Okay.
And it's so good. It's about this witch that gets a child. Like, I think it steals it or is given to her as a payment for something. And she raises this girl that is also grows up to be a witch. And in this universe, witches kind of can shapeshift.
Okay.
So this girl goes out and starts shape-shifting and just living all of these different lives.
I like that my reaction to the shape-shifting was sassy with my oh yeah, tell me more. Do you like a jump scare?
I do. I also like a jump scare.
That is one thing I've never like. I don't mind tension. I don't mind like scary, ominous stuff, but jump scares, I like. Oof. Maybe I'm just a wimp, but I don't like to be jump scared of any sort.
I like a jump scare. I think it's fun.
Do you? Well, okay. What's the scariest movie you've ever seen?
I don't get scared with horror movies. That's the thing. That's why I can't watch them.
You're lucky. I'm not saying that I'm not. Well, I don't know. My wife and I tried to watch The Babadook.
Oh, that was good. That's a good one.
And everybody says that it's good, but part of the challenge with that for me was we were watching it right after we had our kid, or like it was, we had a youngin'. Let's put it that way. And then all of a sudden, like the first thing, you're just like, oh, there's going to be some. I don't remember. I don't even know what the story is because we got partway in, and then we saw that there's a kid in it, and we're like, no, we can't watch something where there's like a kid gets, beat up or not that kid gets.
Yeah.
I don't know the story enough. If that's actually what it is, I'm staying away. But there's certain things like that where I'm like, yeah, this isn't. But if it's like campy, I'm all about the campy side of it.
Horror it's very good.
We watched a movie called Trolls 2. It's super bad. It's an awful movie. Have you seen it?
I have.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, like that kind of thing. Like it's meant to be scary back in the day, and it totally wasn't. That is
so.
that is right up our alley to sort of like watch those kind of or that kind of camp. Is there any sort of beginner movie? If imagine someone's never seen horror movies and don't know what they're like of any sort, what's the movie that you'd go like, you have to see this one first?
Oh my God. I really like the old movies.
What does that mean, the old movies?
Like the Bela Lugosi Dracula.
Oh, okay.
Like the
yeah.
old, like also the ones from the 70s, The Omen, Rosemary's Baby. So good.
Have you seen what is it called? Suspiria? No.
Suspiria.
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I really want to see it. I keep thinking I'm gonna watch it, and then I start, and then something happens, and I can't finish it.
So it's not a like you're too scared of it, or
No.
Okay.
It's just every time I've sat to watch it, something has come up, and I can't finish it.
Gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. I'm trying to think if there's other ones that people have said like I have not seen that, but I've heard sort of amazing things about it. And I know there's a remake of it, but I've heard the old version is the one you want to see, of some sort. I'm trying to think. There was some other movie that like a horror movie that yeah, I think the weirder the better for me. So I gotta and I guess I have a lot of control factors. I don't want jump scares. It's got to be weird. It's got to be campy. All of a sudden, it's not a horror movie any sort.
Yeah.
What?
Have you watched The Omen, the original Omen? I think you will like it.
You know. Wait. Omen. Who's in it? Is it? I may have seen it. Now that
I can't remember his name.
Because I might have seen that back in the day, but like Poltergeist.
Oh, Poltergeist.
I've seen it. It's not something I would gravitate towards on a regular basis. And
no,
I know it's
around.
I know it's good, but it's just not something that like a go-to for me.
The Exorcist.
Exorcist. Wait, that's the one with the spinning head, right?
Yeah.
I think I've seen it. I don't know. That's a tough one. I'm trying. There was a movie that that I love. Like I love really tense movies, and so like I feel like It Follows was really tense.
Oh, I liked It Follows a lot.
Yeah, but it didn't have the like. I mean, it had some like scary parts, but it wasn't like there's a murderer right behind the person.
Yeah, it was more of a suspense.
Yeah, like I like that kind of go-to for movies. Yeah, the suspenseful, awkward. There's one that I really want to see, and maybe you've seen it, but I forget the title of it. But it's about a mother who goes and gets plastic surgery, and then she comes home, and her two kids. She's there with like all the bandages on and whatnot, and she's like really weird to the two kids, and the two kids are trying to figure out if it's actually their mother that came home.
Oh, is it? Yes, I know which one. I've seen it.
Is it
She's
good?
wearing like this mask.
Yeah, like a big full face bandage.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Good or from what you remember?
I liked it. I don't remember exactly what happened in it, but I liked it.
Like to me, that seems like that would be a fun movie to watch because it's just like strange and hard to know exactly what's going on, and you feel awkward the whole time. I'm trying to think of there's like I feel like there's something else that we've seen recently that I was like, oh, this is a good one. Are there other like forms of media that you are prone to in the sense of like obviously kidlit is something that we all go like, good, I love kidlit.
Yeah.
But are there other things that like are you a novel reader?
I am. I'm a novel reader. I love essays. I love poetry.
You love essays?
Yeah, like John Didion type books of essays or like memoir.
When you say essays, my first thought is like high school essays.
No.
It's like, here's my report on the Dominican Republic. Their general exports from their country is this, and this. What about like music, and I mean, I know obviously it'd be silly if you didn't like music, but because you grew up in Mexico, is there like stuff that you're like? I mean, you mentioned those names at the beginning. I don't remember what they are. You'd have to help me sort of get those names back in my head. But are there genres or things that you listen to that I wouldn't expect? Are you deep into the polka scene?
I don't think so. I like pop, I like alternative, indie. I think I have a pretty regular taste of music. Like, I don't think there's anything unexpected there.
There's no like you love I'm trying to think of what would be the most unexpected thing to throw in there as like the challenge to that. I don't know. I can't think of one right now, but
like I don't like prog. That's too dense for me.
Okay.
Or I don't know if I like metal because I have never really listened to it. So maybe I do, but not that I know.
Do you know the band Zerdok?
No.
Okay. It's a band from Mexico that I don't know if anybody knows of, but it's like it's all in Spanish. I don't know what they're saying, but it's really good.
Ooh.
But of course it's it's from like the early 2000s. I don't even know if they're still around. Zerdok. Zurdok, I think.
Okay.
Do you like sort of early Radiohead?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's in that ballpark, somewhere in there.
Oh.
Sort of, kind of got some rock to it, but also like a lot of electronic blips and bleeps.
I recommend you a Mexican band. It's called Zoe.
All right.
Zoe.
Zoe.
And it's
is there?
And I recommend you their MTV Unplugged album.
Oh, okay.
It is so good.
What kind of music are we talking?
It's like rock.
Is it roll too?
Like an indie rock, and then their MTV Unplugged is live, and they have a singer there from a different band that was called Hello Seahorse, and she has an amazing voice. So it's just like a great album.
Now you said your partner in crime there plays saxophone?
Yeah.
Is there does he listen to like just saxophone music, or does he listen to other stuff?
He listens to everything. He really likes music, all types of music. He likes a lot of jazz too.
Is there sorry, I just realized something I gotta do. I mean, obviously jazz I could understand, or the connection, or like the sort of, instrument wise. It'd be silly if he was like not into stuff.
Yeah, he's like, he actually hates saxophone.
Yeah. He chose it, but he just like, yeah, it's been a sore spot in his life for a long time. But do you feel like you get like, is he someone who like really loves music? Like,
yeah.
And why I say that is like, if you play music, I feel like you gotta love it in some way that's that's beyond just sort of like casual listening in some sense.
Yeah. I think he really, really likes music.
Is it does he listen to stuff that you don't like?
Sometimes there's a lot of jazz. Sometimes it's a little bit too much jazz.
Yeah.
But I've known a lot of jazz that I would have never known. That's also true.
Yeah.
Like, I love Wes Montgomery. I had never heard of him before. I'm obsessed with him.
I don't know. Wait, Wes Montgomery. That sounds vaguely familiar, but I'm also like, it could be I'm just mixing a bunch of names together in my head, and
it is a name that you come up like that.
Yeah.
I'm done.
It's
my illustration.
What?
I'm done with my illustration.
You're all done?
I'm done.
You did it. It was 3 hours and 15 minutes, and you are done.
I did it.
What's that like? Because I'm still having to go here.
It's great.
You just relax. You can take a load off. Oh, you know what I forgot to mention this whole time? Baked potatoes. And
what?
Baked potatoes.
Oh, baked potatoes. Okay, yes. I'm really hungry right now.
I just realized I said I was going to threaten you with food talk, and I didn't do it at all.
No, you didn't. That was very nice of you not to do that.
Yeah, now I'm doing it though. Baked potatoes. What else is a good food? There's got to be something. This one's going to take me. You're all done, but this one's going to take me another at least 20 minutes to get this sucker wrapped up.
It's amazing.
I don't think there's enough value in it right now. Like off to the side.
Oh.
Like it's got this little hot pocket and it's got this thing up at the top, but I feel like it needs like maybe I need to do some like garland or something wrapped.
Maybe some pumpkins.
It does. I could throw some orange pumpkins in the mix, and like throw a couple up on top of those so it like pops a little bit more in that.
One on top and one on the ground.
Let's see. Wait, if I do this, let's just do. Cut a pumpkin here. So like one little guy, like sitting up there. I feel like it needs to be over here though.
Yeah.
Balance. This is one of those like. It just feels better on that side. And I just stuck it down to this bear's face. There you go. A little pumpkin right there. And then a bigger one. I'd have to figure out, because I've already painted down some...
Oh, that's very nice. That one there, perfect.
I could wash these out and get a pumpkin like right down here. That's pretty
perfect.
Cool. I can do that.
Yes.
I mean, I have to figure out how to like cover those up just so you don't see them, but that's easy enough. I can do that. Okay, that helps. I was thinking also like because I can put little stems, but I was thinking like just a little garland, like some vines that have wrapped around.
That would be cool too. But I
something
like the pumpkins. They really give it a little fall.
A little touch. Yeah, it's hard to see because it's like you also probably can't see from that height. Let me see if I can get closer in here. But he's holding a little acorn.
Oh my God, the eyes!
Yeah, they have little eyes. I'm gonna put glasses on the bear, the adult, and whatnot. So we'll get there eventually. But I don't, especially if you're done. I don't want to make you sit around and watch me for the last little bit if you don't want to. You're welcome to.
Yeah. In
no way is this I need you to leave moment of any sort. But I want to make sure that you also feel like you can that if you're done and you're hungry, that you're allowed to go get food. And I won't be offended.
Thank you. I will hop off because I am very hungry.
Well, I will state that I have had a wonderful time chatting with you.
Thank you. Me too. Thank you so much for having me. I really had so much fun.
And you feel like comfortable painting in front of people now?
Yeah. I kind of forgot that we were in front of people.
Yeah. If you haven't looked at the comments, they're all saying, I can't believe what junk you two are making. There's people all saying it's a masterpiece and whatnot. And I know they're only talking about yours.
I'm sure they're talking about yours. Yours is amazing.
Nope. They're only talking about yours. So if you would do me a favor, and if you post this image online,
yes,
would you tag me in it so I can see it?
Yes, absolutely.
That would be wonderful. That's it. You don't have to do any other things, but just I'll do the same. Like when this goes up, my guess is this will go up in another week or so. But just I think it's always lovely to look back and sort of see, sort of the details because it doesn't always show up in this case.
Yeah.
But that would be wonderful because I want to see that sucker up close and see all those wonderful little doodles and details that have ended up in there. But I'm proud of you finishing in the time frame and hanging out the entire time and keeping up with my random talk and admitting to your family on here that you don't like pineapple
on live television.
It is have you ever heard the word disowned before? You're no longer welcome back in what town in Mexico is it? I didn't even ask that.
It's called Isla.
How do you pronounce, or how's it spelled?
Like Isla.
Okay. Can you show your face back there now?
Oh yeah.
I guess you'll find out if you can't when they hear, because they're all tuning into this. I know this is.
I'm sure they knew.
Yeah, they said if anything that we got to do this week is tune into this Gab and Doodle with this random guy, our wonderful family member. So, anyways, go make yourself some food. Oh, you're right. I'm gonna do this. Hold on. You get to see some sketches back there. That's not important.
The butt of a pig.
Yeah, there is a butt of a pig. That's I stick true to what I do. That's actually, it's a little sample for the next book that I'm working on right now, and it's just I had to do a little character proof for it, so it's a little piggy bank, and so that's why it's a little pig. But again, thank you so much for joining. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It was really so much fun.
Okay, good. I'm glad. My wife said you did a good job, and that what'd you say? I love what you both are making, but she really means you. Okay, go have a lovely evening. Listen to some light jazz. Eat a baked potato, and I'm trying to do another callback back here. Oh, I can't think of anything. Okay, that's it.
It's Thursday night. We're done.
We are done. All right. Go have a lovely evening. I'll be in touch.
Thank
All right.
you.
Bye.
Thank you. Have me again sometime.
I will. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, you see my ceiling. Shh, we don't want that. Okay, folks, I'm going to tilt this back down. I'm going to continue. I got maybe about another 20 minutes or so that I want to spend on this. Because I want little tiny details. I need to do some tweaking with colors and whatnot. And I'm going to keep this one relatively simple because it's really about sort of this like quiet moment. But you'll see. I'll put it in there. Mirelle's mother, I believe. Viomv. Good job. I'm saying that to you. You raised a good one. She did a wonderful job. And so, anyways, that's it. I'm going to switch back. Let's go back and let's see if I can get I have to adjust the angle here. So now we switch in the show to the boring part where it's just me. Ooh, I just got to see that on the screen there. You get to see my belly. You get to see my hands. You get to see more of my desk and the mess that's there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can get a good sort of scale proportion of work here. And then it becomes just ask questions. There's someone that's, that's not going to happen. Okay, so feel free to ask questions in the comments there. Throw them at me. And I'm more than happy to answer and sort of deal with any subjects that you have an interest in hearing about. You want to find out how cool I am and like why you should care about what I do. No, if you want to sort of like business, technical, anything is fair game. I will talk about it all. So don't hesitate to ask a question there because I will actually answer it. And then you'll be in trouble. You have to put up with some silly dumb answer that I give you. I'm trying to cover up what was there before. There was a little tiny touch of pigment here that got covered up. Teacher Marin, thank you for joining us. I know you were on, I believe, last week watching. Thank you for popping on again. I hope it was just as rewarding. Oh, you know what I need to mention before I forget? Next week's guest is this, no name, just a total waste of space. place. Next week is Pete Oswald, which is pretty huge. That I convinced him to join us, and it's going to be on a Wednesday instead of a Thursday, so it's going to be on a separate day. So just know that is a coming down the railroad tracks, that we're going to have a special Wednesday iteration. And so join us for those for that time frame, because it's going to be huge. Honestly, I think that he's going to be joining us. It was a big ask on our part to say, hey, you want to be on our silly little show? And he said yes. So anyways, there's that. I'm trying to get this color because I want to punch these acorns just a little bit more so they really jump there, just color wise. So I want to make sure that it pops. And so I'm gonna hit them with some actual paint versus just Posca marker. I'm gonna probably put some colors onto the pumpkins too, to get those to shine a little bit more. I have a question. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to get all this color down before I sort of look up, because I want to get it down before I let it dry too much. So give me 1 second here. I just realized I do need one little. I can't not have a acorn on the side, so I'll put an acorn here. I'll put one other one maybe right here, that's sort of peeking out, and I'll answer a question. Okay, question, Teacher Mare. Do I record these? Yes. So yeah, if you're gonna miss next week, they go up on my feed. So if you look at my feed right now, and you can go back multiple years, which is fascinating that you can go back that far and see them. So you'll see lots of conversations that have happened prior. That's both on my that's on the Instagram feed, but as well, I have been posting them within the week after directly to what do you call it? YouTube. I don't know why that was so hard for me to get that name out there, but and so if you go back, you can go to Studio Hoffman on the YouTube channels. You go. I said the other day in class, YouTubes. Like, oh, there's YouTubes with those, and students laughed at me. They said that's lame, old man. And then I said, haha, you don't control your grade from now on. I do. No, so if you just go to Studio Hoffman, it's with 2 F's, 2 N's on YouTube. You'll find my channel, and we have, I forget how many are posted up there. I want to guess it's like 30 or maybe somewhere around 30. Just a guesstimate of them. So it doesn't go all the way back, but we're going to hopefully at some point add those old ones into the mix. But there's a bunch up there. And so if you have an interest in sort of going back and seeing some of those old ones, they're there. I'm going to make, there's my little pumpkins. And I'm going to make some little dash lines. That's cool. This one's just some lines there. Maybe something like that. Let's see. What other colors can I use here? That's probably pretty good. I'm trying to like makes us feel a little quilt-like. Quilt. A quilt-like. Greens in there. Give him some little green shoes. Let's go in. That's not dark enough. Let's go do that with this and see. That can work. That will work. Some interesting punchier colors in here from my pumpkin. Do the same thing up here. Yeah, again, for those that are watching, if there's any other questions, please ask away. I'm happy to answer. Okay, now. Put that there. Here, make the sleeve in both cases maybe a little bit brighter. So it stands out a little bit more like that. Not a problem. More than happy to help out. I'm trying to find the right colors to do some of these other little like. I don't need all of these to be done, but something that makes it feel a little cozy in a case like that. Okay, here's the other things I gotta do. I gotta put some other tones up in some of these. Let's see if this is gonna be bright enough. Ugh, it's not really. So let's get rid of that and then we'll try a different color. We're getting there. I need to do little vines. I need to give little silly faces on these. Like I want this guy to have. I don't know. Do they need mouths? Lauren? Do these guys need mouths? Originally I was going to put them in there, but I don't know if it needs it. I got to make that decision. Because once I put them in there, they ain't coming back out. Smiles. Okay. I also want to make the older one look like they're a grandpa or something. Or a grandma or whatever. So here's what I'll do. I'll do that. I'll put two little. Oh, I also need to do the ears on this one. What? I like the tiny pupils on it though. So I'm going to keep the little pupils, but I'm going to add in some other details to sort of. I'm going to add in some other. Here, I'll do this. Let me see. Something like that. This guy gets two little teeth. You probably can't see them, but they will show up in the end. Now I need to do like glasses on that guy, and then put the little top there. This guy needs a little bit more over here for my little acorns. Let's get in here with this. I feel like these need to be a little bit more pronounced. Just a little bit of green. Maybe this is the color, and maybe that's it. Yeah, let's punch that in. Is that too dark? Is this better? Oh, that's not good. Okay, this is the challenge. I'm trying to figure out like, because I have limited colors for what I have. Ooh, this is. Ooh, maybe. Let's see. Oh yes, That's the one, everybody. That's the one. We're going from Prismacolor to a Carandosh Supercolor. Soft. Well, let's get in here. Let's see, because this, I might even use that instead of that green altogether. I might go back and do some of the other ones because I feel like it's a better match. Let's draw our roof line. I hit a bump. I'm gonna change out these greens. They're okay greens, but wait until you get a load of this. So much of a better green. It just ties into everything else. Okay, let's see. Okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking, folks. Okay, what did I do for that color? That was the brown. What was the brown? There we go. Okay, now what we want to do for color for said glasses. I don't know if this is going to be bright enough or it's going to pop. Yeah, it's not going to pop on there. So then that becomes, do I want to do something that is like an interesting bright yellow? Like, that can work. And then what I'll do is just bring it off in a situation like that. I might come in here and put some little scribbles, bibbles. Part of the problem is I gotta let this dry a little bit. I'm gonna hit it with a hairdryer, so give me 1 second. We'll do that, and then we'll come back and we'll add some other odds and ends that match that sort of glasses. Okay, so let me get this all. I'm gonna double it up just a little bit here, so it's a little bit more pronounced. I need my black here. There you go. Touch up the tip of that nose. Now, that yellow stands out as sort of punchy color there. I also was thinking, what happens if I do Some yellow stripes on those sleeves. I hope I do. Yellow feetsies there. And then I'm going to do little vines that wrap around, and maybe I'll do yellow on those. But I also realized I want to do one other thing to this roof line, which is I like those stripes, but I want to try a different roof setup if I can on this. And hopefully those lines don't sort of peek through too much. Let's see what we can do. I want to get a different type of like shingle. It's because that's an old like fairy tale shingle. And you'll see what I mean by that in just a second. Where are we time wise? 11:40. Okay, we'll make it. We'll make it. So let me dry it. And now what I'm going to do is take this instead, and I'm going to go like this. Ooh, I'm not going to let that peel up. Ew. That's not great. Let's get that stuck back down. So what I'm going to do is this. It is really coming up. I got to restick this whole top edge. Much more fun shingle in a case like this. It sort of matches some of the shapes and curves that are down there. Let's do I don't know if other people do this, but when I'm doing detailed work or things like this, I sort of stick my tongue out a little bit. I saw there's some reason for it that little kids. What? Yes, I was saying that sometimes when I do stuff like this, like work that gets a little bit into sort of minutia like this, I stick my tongue out a little bit. It's an old habit from when I was younger. And I don't know, I saw some article at some point recently that was about the reason for it. Like when little kids do it, there's some like cognitive reason that they actually do that. It's I don't remember what the reason was, but I still do it as an adult, which is kind of strange or potentially silly, or however you want to register that. But so I'm just gonna finish this off. And I'll put some little lines there. I got distracted. There's some nights that I do these gabbing doodles, and I know right from the beginning that I'm gonna like the piece, And some nights where I like really struggle to like figure out what is the piece. Do I like it? Is it, you know, or as I'm working on it, I question like, is it the best piece that it could be? This is one of those pieces where I think I kind of just dig the setup on it relatively early, and you know, it might turn out to be a dud in the end, but I was kind of just happy with the basic setup and some of the shapes that came out of it. It can be, you know, hit or miss on some of these nights, and it's not to say that there's always good or bad in situations like that. Like, they're all decent pieces, but some of them just resonate more. And to be honest, the theme of fall, I was a little bit worried of like, would I vibe with it? And then sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Teacher Maren, do you always start with a sketch of an idea? No, not always. You know, if it's for a client, absolutely. You need to have a sketch. You can't just make it up as you go along. In that case, because they need to know what the project's going to be, how it's going to turn out. You know, there's all sorts of variables there. But if it's for me, definitely. Some nights I go rogue and I don't have a sketch. And I did have a sketch. I will show you what that sketch was in just a second. Let me just get all these things in here before I jump and start to say, oh, I'm going to do something else, because I don't want to fall prey to forgetting some little moment in this. We're getting close. These are just those shingles that need to be touched in there. There we go. Okay, here's what I had for a sketch. And so it's not, you know, the most perfect sketch in the world, but it gives you a sense of sort of what I was going for. And so like some things changed, like that moved and didn't originally have pumpkins, and this came up much higher on the body. But the general gist of cup of coffee, which I do need to fill in with some brown. Let's see if I can get some brown in there. You may not see it. Maybe I'll see if I can lighten it up with some other color so it's a little bit more pronounced. Oh, I just stabbed myself too. But the idea of you know, little kid holding up an acorn. That's the gist of it. That's all it needed to be. So, Stevies, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So here's the challenge that I have, which is I want to figure out. I want to do little vines on this, and I'm wondering, should I do it with something like this? Like if I go and have it sort of wrap around. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. I feel like it needs something else along those edges, like, or something. It needs to have something that's like in this range. I'm just trying to figure out what it should be. And I like the idea of a little bit of value, if I can get it in there. But I have to figure out what that value is. There's spots. This always happens by the end of the night. There's little moments that just sort of stuff pops up because I've been like touching it and moving it around, that I catch an edge, and then all of a sudden stuff starts to peel up, and not always in a spot that I want. Where is that blade? I just moved it over here. I just want to get these off to make sure those are not part of the piece. This here can be reduced down and then actually painted on top of to get a little bit of, get it to drop out just a little bit, especially if it's, there we go, gone. So it becomes a question of, yeah, what do I want to put in those spots? And then the other one that I want to play with is, can I, oh, I need to draw the door in too. That's the other thing, but can I, you know, get
texture in. So some of that is like coming in here and getting texture where I want it. Some of it is, shoot, I don't even remember what I was saying. It doesn't matter. So let me draw that door in. The door can be just a relatively, it doesn't have to be a complex door. Let's pop down in here, but just that idea of like, doorway. That's it. That may be it. I don't need to do much more than that. And I have a white pencil here, I thought, sitting out here somewhere. Maybe, maybe not. Did it roll underneath something? I could have sworn I had a white pencil out here. If I didn't, I can get one. There should be one down in here somewhere. That's not white. Where's the white pencil? I could have sworn I had one out here. Anybody know where it is? Help me out. Find it for me. I could have sworn that I grabbed the white pencil out. It may be buried underneath some of these scraps and whatnot, but man, it'd be helpful if I had one. I was going to do a little touch-ups on things. Okay, maybe not. I'll find a different. I probably have another white in here. Oh, there's one. I can use that. That's perfect. Okay, what I was going to do was just some extra little moments of white in here, just to break up some of the stuff. I was going to do a little bit of, if we can find the right color here, something like this. Let me see. Little moments of shadow that pop underneath those. So make sure to cover up where that might have gone over. Just those a little bit. That's fine. That's fine. I'm going to go add just the tiniest little bit of shadow back in here on some of this. I'm probably being way too quiet. I'm going to add a little bit of shadow back underneath here. Just to imply that roof is sort of, what I want to say is like dimensional, that it pops out. There we go. Let me see. That's great to see your work process. Love it. Thank you. And teacher Marin, thank you. Okay, so do I want to put any other little I just feel like it needs something. I don't know what I wanna do there. That's too dark. That's where I take that white pencil like this, and then I go, there's my doorknob. Boom. That line comes down there. That line carries all the way there. My brown pencil, let's get this a little bit sharper. And so I can go in here and get like that. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to add some colors, add some textures, some little scribbly bibblies in here. I'm going to take this orange that's here, punch, get some textures that just vary stuff up a little bit, so it's just not so pure. I'm going to take this yellow. Add some moments of yellow on top of some of these. Add some little touches
the white there. Okay. Now, to solve, I could put a little hat too on here, but I feel like it doesn't need it. I think it is what it is there. And then, oh, I was going to do this. We are really getting close here, so I got to watch my time. The idea of like a little bit of a more pronounced hand there that's holding. I wanted to do a little bit more sort of some moments. On said bears. And then, okay, do I want to do anything there? Do I? What is the consensus? How do I manage those? I would think Is there something that makes sense to do there? Lauren, can I ask you real quick? If you look at the image, does it need something on these railings over here? Like, does it need something darker? I'm not saying the shape, but like, does it need something to like originally I was thinking about like some sort of little vine that sort of like wrapped around it with some little like that's true. I could do I feel like it just needs something thin. And so cornstalks might do it, but like I feel like it needs something there to sort of control it a little bit more. I just feel like the edge is maybe a little bit too loose. I got 3 minutes. It may not end up going in tonight. Maybe something I look at later and sort of populate, but I'll have to think about that one because that one's a challenging. Like, is there something that needs to go in there? If so, what? Thank you. And maybe it just needs these lines, honestly. Like the idea of the underside of that railing. Get it there. That may be enough, honestly. May not need much more than that. I might do one last little thing, and this is risky, but I'm thinking I could actually peel this up. If I can peel this up, I like that. There we go. Got it. So it's a little bit of a harsher edge right there. Okay. That may be it. Here, I'll do this too. Just some little smudges of that green. The equivalent of like little leaves. Tis the season, you know? Little moments of leaves that populate down here. Okay. Let's brush this guy off. There's my little cozy fall, a hanging bat. throw a little Halloween in there. I thought about a little bird, but I think it's better to just have this moment of these bears, and like that's it. I see one other thing I'm going to do, and then this time is probably going to run out. I like the idea of some of these railings sort of, I know it doesn't make perfect sense, but the idea of these railings sort of crossing that line ever so slightly. It's sort of like an intentional mistake that's in here. All right, I'm going to run out of time unless I stop now. So that's it for the night. I hope everybody loves this. I hope everybody had a good time listening to Mirelle Ortega. I hope that you can tune in next week on Wednesday at 2 p.m. When we have Pete Oswald on. And we'll have that here. Let's see if I can get this up there before the time ends. Whoa. Whoa.